And we are live. I was just sitting here, like humming along in my head, and I saw that it said we're live, and I'm like, I should press the button and go live. What's going on, everybody? It's been normally in the mornings before streams, I am ready to rock and roll like an hour in advance. It was like 10 minutes till I'm freaking out trying to get everything put together last second here. It just, things were a mess. I was finalizing the panels on this last night, and working on some other stuff, so I just fell behind a little bit, but hope everybody's doing great. Who's all here today? We got John's in the house. Jason is here building his 2.4. Ted's here. Viking's here. Let's see. Makers. Gary's here. What's going on? I know that Gary's in Florida. Hello. I think I said Delmar, but we'll say it again. Viking if I didn't. Aaron's here. Hope everybody is doing awesome. I did a few things on the V0.2 after last week's stream, as we can probably see here. I think on last week's stream, we were pretty much done with the tool head up until I think I hadn't mounted the stepper motor yet. And so after stream, I finalized the tool head and then just went crazy and started wiring everything together. The only issues I ran into so far with this build, which is things I want to cover. Hey, Gary, thanks for becoming a member or renewing membership. I don't know which one it is. Thank you, though. Yeah, the build's looking awesome. I'm really pleased with the way this is looking. So, a couple things that happened. If you guys were here last week, you might remember that someone said that the kits are supposed to have aluminum standoffs, but mine didn't. I think the new ones have them. And so when I was, oh, come on, what's happening? Oh, we have autofocus on dirt. I'm trying to manually focus it. I'm like, what's happening here? There we go. Hey, Gary, thanks for the gifted membership. TT83, you got it. For anyone that doesn't remember, I was using the printed standoffs. Well, when I was installing them last week, it snapped. I wouldn't say it was any fault of the printed part that they provided. I just put a little bit too much sideways force on it, and so the layers split. So right after last week's stream, I ordered aluminum standoffs off of Amazon that are installed. So that was one part I broke. And then the second thing, which is kind of ironic because I think it was the last piece I installed, the door. So the door handle, if we focus, let's see how close we can get here. Oh, nope, that's the wrong way. I don't know if you guys will even be able to see it actually, just because it's, let's see if I hold, there we go. Okay, you can see it in the light. So it's split right there. There's 4 magnets that go into the door handle. And I think the last one, I had it kind of at an angle, and I pressed it in and it split. So also not really blaming the printed part. I think it was more me just being a little bit too aggressive, maybe excited. My kit came with the aluminum, yeah, so I think they all come with aluminum standoffs now. I also gave them feedback on the gear for the extruder, and they told me they've swapped out the gear to a higher quality one now. So instead of a white gear, it's a black gear, and yeah, so whoever gets it, they are making changes to the kits based off feedback, which is really nice to see. What's up, Chaos? What's up, Barnyard? Yeah, so that was the only other thing. Again, I think more so my fault, but everything else, part-wise, looks great. Like, I had no issues with any of the printed parts, knock on wood, nothing split. I know that Tor asked about my wiring, so here's the wiring situation in the back. It could be better. I could have spent more time on it, but honestly, I'm pretty happy with it, and I'm planning on doing like CAN bus at some point and a few other things, so I didn't want to invest too much time into wiring. The things I did do, so I routed most of the wires down the side here. They're kind of zip tied in bundles around here to keep them clean. I did extend a handful of the wires. They did come with sort of these like extension plugs that you could use, but they were okay. I ended up actually cutting, soldering, and heat shrinking quite a few. Mine is a metal gear. Sick. Okay, so you got a metal gear. That's what they showed me then. It's a black metal gear, right, Tor? Does the umbilical hit the belts when the tool head is all the way back? Does the umbilical... Oh. You're saying the belts are on the backside. No, it doesn't. I'll show you that. So, I don't know how well you'll be able to see this. Let's see if I can get you perched up here, maybe. I'll get you a sideways view. No, that's really tough to show you. No, so the belts are right against the black acrylic in the back there. But no, I've got, I mean, pushing all the way back, I've got probably 10 millimeters of gap between this cable and where those belts are back there. So no issues there at all. Cut out black metal gear. Cool. Yep, that's what they sent me a DM of on Twitter. They said that after, I guess Greg had an issue. I knew Greg had an issue. Greg had an issue with his, and they changed it right after. But I didn't. They'd already been sent. I can't talk today. They had already sent my kit out, so I didn't get that. But that's nice to know that they've made that change. So yeah, wiring is really clean because of the fact that Takachi got my kit today. Can confirm it came with black gear. Parts are all flawless. Awesome. Yeah, that's great to hear. Yeah, so the wiring, again, I know I could do a better job at cleaning things up and shortening it, but honestly, not too upset with it. The single board setup, this is the only I have two other V0s, and they're both running SKR minis and full Raspberry Pi 3s. It looks clean just having this one board in here, I think. I really like the way that looks, and I could show you guys the bottom too. I didn't put the panel on the bottom yet because I wanted to keep the electronics open, but this is our situation down there. I mean, relatively clean. All I did was add some zip ties. Yes, I could again clean things up a little bit more, but I really don't think it looks half bad. And we're gonna have panels covering the bottom and back, so I don't know, not that big of a deal at all. So what else is there to show you guys or tell you guys before we actually just power this on? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if we want to quickly just go over for anyone interested, the sort of, most everything so far with this build and kit has been absolutely great. The printed parts were no issues at all on mine. The PC, so the linear rails come with these little PCB standoff things that are just okay. I can actually show you one for anyone who didn't see it. I would rather them, if they can just somehow either include extras or just swap them out to aluminum threaded bars. That would be nicer, or some kind of metal bar. So these are okay. Not the best, but not the worst. There was a couple of screws missing, so I think I was short on M310s by about 2 screws. I ended up using M3/8s for a couple spots, mostly panel stuff, so not a big deal. The gear needed to be sanded and wasn't the nicest of gear for the extruder, but they've already swapped that out. And is there anything else? I feel like that's mostly it. And the wires did require a bit of work. The wires were kind of short, a few of them, and they required you to either kind of cut across the board, like Tor mentioned in chat, or again, in my case, my parents were here all week, which was a lot of fun, but they are totally pro Daniel, do your work stuff for 3D printing. And so on Wednesday night, I was in here after the stream, just kind of extending a lot of the cables, doing some soldering and routing them a bit. So the wiring could be a bit nicer as far as the wiring harness they provide, but it's functional, you know, so yeah. What do you think about the hot end? So, okay, based off of the feedback I've gotten, I think that the weakest link for this this printer, this kit, is probably going to be hot end related. I've heard multiple negative things about the fans not moving enough air and the hot end not lasting very long. So I don't have, on paper, the hot end looks great to me. It's like a V6 style heatsink with a ceramic, round ceramic heater, hardened steel nozzle, what looks like a bimetal heat break. Like on paper, it looks great. But it sounds to me like the machining quality is just cheap, or the components used are cheap. Yeah, Delmar says get Honey Badger fans. So if these fans end up crapping out, or they're just really bad, I will be swapping them with Honey Badger fans. And if the hot end ends up going out on me, we have a few options. I've got a Revo Micro in the garage. We've got a Drop Effect XG, and we've got a, yeah, so we got a couple hot end options as well. But hey, Lee's here. I like the Manta M8 with CM for the same reason. Yeah, it's super, super tidy. So yeah, we'll see. The toolhead's probably the biggest wild card of it. The stepper motor is a Moons motor, so I have no concerns with that, but pretty much everything else, I just don't know. Based off the feedback I've gotten, the most common thing I see swapped out is hot end related stuff. So let's see. A couple other things. We're gonna power this on in a second here. I have not turned this on yet. The absolute impatient spaz of a person I am has taken every ounce of self-control to not turn this thing on, but I have not. I wanted to wait until we were all on stream to see what the heck happens. The board should already be flashed with Clipper, and I believe already be set up for the V0. I think there might be some slight tweaks that are needed. The only thing I've done is take out the micro SD card and edit the config file on it on the computer to add my network SSID and password. So hopefully we flip the switch on this, it connects to our network, and we can just start doing things. So that's the game plan. Also, I realized that I never, the Bowden guide tube I never attached. So we should probably do that at some point here. I think there's a clear Bowden tube somewhere. I don't actually know. I think I might have goofed. Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to route it the exact same spot as where the umbilical or the wires are for the tool head, or if it's supposed to go somewhere else. I can't remember how I did it on my previous V0s. Well, I bent that. That was great. I feel like it's supposed to go through the same spot. I know there's a mod where it like comes out the back really nice. I think that for now, just going like this is probably fine. I really don't remember. If somebody has a picture of how this is supposed to be routed, let me know, because I don't recall how this is supposed to go. Is there CAN? Yeah, the board does have CAN. Bottom right leg. Oh, there is a hole. Oh, snap. Okay, so it goes. So it does go down though, right? The same spot where the wire goes, and then it just sticks out through that leg. This is a really long tube, unnecessarily long. Let's see if I can get this to push through here, actually. This looks like a pain in the butt. Okay, so I did get it to go through that way. So let's unplug it. I think it's easier if I go reverse direction. Let's see. Let's go like this. Yeah, maybe that's how it was on the V0.1. It just feels different. I don't know. It's been a bit. I'm also jacking up this Bowden tubing. Poor Bowden tube, man. Oh, if I have to, I'll replace it later. It wasn't the fault of the tube. It was definitely my fault. So, let's see. If we go all the way to the front, we have enough space. Yeah. Yeah, so they give you a lot of excess. I'll have to cut off some of it later. Anyways, let's plug this in and see what happens. Hope for the best. I did check. One thing I will say, let's see, it goes in the back right foot. My EBB36 arrives Monday. Need to take a decision if I go umbilical with sensorless foaming or drag chain and mechanical switch, or a mix of umbilical and mechanical for X and Y. Oh, for the 2.4, nice. I know that, so I got tracking for the 2.4 we're going to be building. It was actually supposed to arrive yesterday, but the wrong thing showed up. So it's coming in the next few days, and we're going to build it stock, and then afterwards we're definitely going CAN, and probably going to get rid of cable chain, at least on X-axis, so. Hey, alien! Okay, so let's plug in our wires and see what the heck happens here. All right, everybody, wish me luck. Oh, one last thing. This is maybe a small detail, but this was incredible. I wish every kit came with an actual printout of the wiring diagram, not having to constantly look up at the computer and just having this, like, so I can move it the same direction as the board in front of me was really nice. So this, again, it's a small detail. It's literally just a printed out thing in a bag, printed out paper, but this was so nice. Major thumbs up. Big fan. Okay, here we go. 3 and 2 and 1. Okay, we've got lights. We've got Ethernet blinking. I see no smoke. I smell no smoke. Let's see what happens here. Hey, what's up, C Senor? Hey, Nuno's in the house. I missed a lot of people. 2.4, nice. Are you? What is the main controller that came with your board, with your 2.4? Nice. What do they include? So instead of X cable chain, it's just a mesh cable. So basically, you have the CAN bus. It's just 4 wires instead of all the wires, and it goes from the tool head towards the back of the printer. It just sort of bypasses it. So things are looking good. I see more lights around the MCU. So let me pull up my phone and see what we see on the network here. Okay. Oh, there we go. Fly Gemini. Sweet. It's already on here. All right, let's check it out. So it looks like it is 102. 192.168.160.102. Interesting. It's running fluid. It's a mellow. Okay. Oh, Spider. Okay, Spider 2.3. I thought Spider was a FiSec board. Is it not? This is a Fly Gemini V3. Fly Gemini V3. Yep, that's what this board is. Okay, so let's see. I don't know much about this board. So we are connected, which is good. It means I entered the credentials correctly. MCU unable to connect on sudden issues connected. Use the firmware restart command to reload the config. Man, I also like it to take me a minute to get used to fluid. So what? Okay, so there's some macros, a bunch of stuff here. It doesn't have Wi-Fi. It doesn't have Wi-Fi. That's why there's they include USB module for Wi-Fi. So it does take up a USB port, which is a little bit of a bummer, but it's still okay, I guess, especially because it has CAN built in, so we won't need a USB to UTC type setup. And also, my experience with the CB1's Wi-Fi has been pretty hit or miss. So I'm curious to see if these perform better than the CB1's built-in antenna. Let's see. Okay, so our screen, yeah, we're not connected. So one thing, I've never shut up one of these boards before. And I'm wondering if the issue is that the MCU is not correct. Display. MCU display unable to connect. What is that? So maybe it's the V0 display that's the issue. MCU display. Okay. I've never set up one of these displays before. I have it hooked up over USB. I don't know what else needs to be done other than, let's see. How do you set up the Wi-Fi? Just plug it in. Yep. Hey, what's up, Nazo? So I'm not sure what I need to change. Also, how do you get the... Interesting. So the way that this screen is ran is it has its own MCU. I've never used one of these little screens before. So maybe... I didn't realize again that this has its own MCU, and that's sort of how it's working. So I wonder if the serial ID is just incorrect. I'm gonna save and restart it one time just to see what happens. No. Mine arrived yesterday. I guess I need the USB Wi-Fi. If you're doing the USB Wi-Fi, check in the GitHub. They recommend a couple different versions. I know that some don't work very well, so check to see if you can get one of the versions they recommend. Okay, so this is not connecting to the screen again. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is just go to the printer.cfg and completely Let's remove the screen completely for a second here and see if we're able to connect to the rest of the printer. You can exclude it from your config for now. Yep. Yeah, let's see if the rest of it's working. I'll worry about that after. I've never used one of these screens. I have one in a box that we bought a year ago, but just never did anything with it. So let's see if we're able to connect again. Printer is not ready. Clipper software attempting to connect. Please retry. All right. We'll give it a minute. So far, it seems pretty slow. At least the resetting process is much faster on a Pi. Normally they use the USB by path and not by... I have MCOD and print out 2 MCUs. It's so very basic and I found it of no use. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know how much I'll actually use of it. MCU display, why is it trying to connect? I thought we just uncommented it. MCU display unable to connect. Where is it being pulled from? MCU host. Where? I don't understand why it's trying to do something with the display if it's commented out. Include V0 display. That's the only reference to a display, unless there's something. Let's see if we go further down, I guess. Start print, end print. Yeah, it's the only thing I'm seeing. Let's try to restart. Maybe it was still trying to restart from the previous one. There we go. Right? Okay, that worked. Yeah, so it was just, I guess it didn't update. So we are connected. Let's go through, I'm gonna do things Del Mar's way, which is actually following the rules, and, or not the rules, but the recommendations as far as checking everything versus just full sending it. Okay, so let's go Voron, first time checks. Is that initial startup checks? Yeah. Okay. This section provides a list of steps that will confirm the pin settings and clipper. During this guide, it may be necessary to make changes at the anytime commands. Perfect. Anytime movement needs to be made, this will happen in the control tab. Perfect. Verify temps. Okay, so let's put this roughly in the center. Okay, so let's see if we can get some heat. So let's heat the extruder up to, I guess we'll just do like 60 on the bed. And we'll do 210 on the hot end. Okay, well our hot end fan turned on, which is good. I need to move, or let me move my face for a little bit. I like the display to use for safe shutdown. Greg explains how to set up a macro. Yeah, I'm sure I'll find a use for it. I mean, if nothing else, it looks adorable. We might end up swapping it out at some point for a clipper screen, but honestly, I think both of my other V0s are running completely headless right now, and it hasn't been that big of a deal, so I'm not too worried. Okay, so things are heating up. Hot end has reached temp. We'll have to run PID tunes and all that fun stuff at some point. Quick quiz, what is M112? Isn't M112... Oh, no, it's not. I don't know offhand. I always reference my G-code commands. I don't know offhand. I know G29 is auto... Oh, I Googled it. It's the emergency stop. Yeah, I'm pretty bad with G-code commands. I debated for a long time. I've debated for a long time having a thing just printed out that I can quick reference, like a cheat sheet. I know G29 and M420 to call your saved mesh. All right, I'm gonna put the video back on. There we go. Waveshare 2.8 inch DSI. HeartK has a mount for one. Nice. Okay, yeah, 2.8 inch sounds perfect. Okay, so we've heated up to temp. That's great. Let's go to. Is there not a cooldown command or cooldown? Isn't there cooldown? Heater's off. There we go. Okay. Navigate to the temperature graph and type in 50, followed by enter and tool. Okay, to verify that each stepper is operating, send the following command to the terminal. Stepper. Okay, so this is stepper buzz. We'll do this. Let's go side so you guys can see it. There we go. All right, so let's try the X stepper. Paste. I can't remember on this setup, because it's a Core XY, you told me last time, Delmar, how it's supposed to go. Because it doesn't go exactly left and right. It goes kind of at an angle, like diagonal a bit. I gotta go join a meeting, no break in the new printer. No promises, I'll do my best. I want to learn how to write G-code by hand for CNC machining, super fun. Yeah, there's been a few videos people have commented where I'm showing G-code stuff. They're like, back in my day, and I'm like, oh no. Hey, what's going on, Hobbit? Okay, so let's try Y now. Hey, Steve's in the house. Everyone say hi, Steve. Okay, so X did. I feel like it's moving correctly, but I don't know how to check direction with this. You have to watch the stepper, not the head. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. So that appeared to be doing the right things. I mean, it wasn't having issues moving. Yeah, both of them look fine. So that was this one. That was this one. We got Z moving up and down. I heard 20. Well, I mean, it's still a cool skill to learn. There's plenty of times, you know, where like I'm trying to troubleshoot something and I end up having to Google it, and I'd much rather be able to just look at it and interpret it. It's a really cool skill to have. I mean, you'll impress people. Okay. So it seems like all motors are working like they should. What else do we need to check? We've checked heaters, we've checked that. We can't check limits. Can we check? I guess limit switches, to check them sensorless, would be me just holding the tool head. Enable end stop check. Yeah, there's not really much of a way to do that. For X and Y, I guess we can check Z. Where is it in fluid? Is there not a... There we go. Okay, so I can check on the bottom limit switch, maybe. So this should be triggered. Yeah, that looks right. There's no way to check for sensorless, right? Other than full send it? I tell my wife about all the MM12s and G28s. Yeah, we're gonna send it in just a second here. XY homing check. At this point, it's ready to home. All right. We're doing it. We're doing it, everybody. See how it goes. We'll leave this open. Is that right? Is that how we're homing on the new V0? The V0.2? Are we homing front left? Because all the previous ones were back right. It seemed like it worked great. I mean, it's front left. I just wrong way. Okay, so it's still homing in back right, just like the previous versions. So we need to where is the yeah. Okay, so we went opposite in both directions. So steppers are swapped. Swap A and B connectors. So I'm just gonna swap the pins then. Wait. No. I mean, I'm wrong. So this is saying that B is inverted. Stepper B is inverted, which is, which was X. I believe it was X. Let's try this. Oh, fluid, I don't know where things are. X. Direction pin. Okay, so hopefully that'll fix that. We'll try to home again. Oh, where does it think it is on the readout? I shouldn't have restarted it. It thinks it's at 0. No, that's probably because I restarted it. Let's try to home it again. This, if I did this correctly, we should go back right now. Okay. Hey, that worked. Yeah, so I got it right. Although I don't like the way that. So when it homed X, it pushed Y. It pushed Y a little bit. Let me see if I do it again. What happens? I don't know that I love that. Rotors off. I think we might need to adjust the sensitivity a bit. It might be a little too aggressive. Let's try it again. Yeah, so Y seems okay, but homing X, it seems a little bit too aggressive. It's causing it to sort of bounce off a little bit. You should check the top right scenario on the table. Yeah, yep. Wait, that's not right? Oh, it should home X, okay. All right. So if it's homing Y first, for the mom and dad date night fun, Andrew, thanks, man. For
the mom and dad date night fun.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you for the $10 for the mom and date night fun. When my parents were out this past week, we actually went out Saturday night for a date night and got sushi, and it was incredible. We had such a fun time. The last two times we'd gone out prior was with Jackson, and he's awesome, but man, does it make it hard to enjoy dinner when you've got to feed him and your food's staring at you going cold. Okay, so we're just swapping pin assignments then, I would imagine. Either that or physically swapping the plugs would also work, but I'd rather not because we don't really have a lot of extra wire length. So I think if we swap pins, it will send the correct one home. And I won't change any of the sensitivity yet because I think that maybe if it homes X first, it might not be causing the issues with Y. Let's just try it. Let's see what happens. So let's go. These are end stop pins. That pin. Oh, interesting. I guess things are labeled way different than This is funky. Do it in the alias file. Oh, aliases are defined. Okay. I haven't played around with that at all. So separate file that defines. Nice. Okay, this is cool. Is this new? I feel like when I was talking to Mainsail team last year, there was discussion about moving to aliases to make things a bit simpler. Go back to the homing table, determine correctly what scenario applies first. Okay, Steve says go back to the homing table, what scenario applies first. So, it is going back right. So either, so this is the scenario. If it's homing, so it's supposed to be homing X first, but it's homing Y first. So X. So it's supposed to be homing X first, and it thinks it's homing X first. And then Y is that way. So it's saying stepper A is inverted. So we had that scenario before. And now we have this scenario. So we might actually, it sounds like what Steve's saying is we might not need to change the pin out. We actually probably need to just change the logic of the direction for the other pin. Let's try that. Because if that's the case, we've already changed this one direction. So it sounds like we probably just need to change this direction and that should correct it. Let's try this. Okay. Now it's working. Yeah, so that worked. So Steve was absolutely right. There was no need. The issue was when I first inverted the logic, I didn't do it correctly. I only changed one, which made it appear like it was going correctly, but it still wasn't going correctly as far as X and Y. So now when we home, again, it does X correctly. Yep, and then it does Y. So the only issue now that I'm seeing, which I think will be really hard to show on camera, is that I think we're going with a little bit too much force when we're homing. I don't know how I'll even really show this. Let's see if you guys can see it. Let's see. I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, but we'll try. It looks to me like X is homing fine, but when Y is homing, it's shifting things a bit, so. Yeah, so when Y homes, it pushes X off a little bit, which makes me think that X and Y homing overrides need to back off 10 millimeters after hitting end stop. Homing overrides need to back off 10 millimeters after hitting end stop. Okay. Is there a homing override set up? Heated bed, fan, sensorless homing X. Why is there a macro for sensorless homing of X? Homing retract. So we have safe Z home, which isn't it. Let's see. Homing override. Let me pull up docs. Okay. So we don't have a homing override section, doesn't look like, so we'll start with that. Do you have the macro reduces drive current for homing, then oh, interesting. Okay. Do you have a an example, Aaron, for the Voron Sensorless page? Oh, nice. Voron Sensorless page has macros. Where? Let's see. Finding the right stall guard threshold, homing macros. Homing override. Okay, if you have a safe CM section, you need to comment out the entire block, or you could just delete the entire block. But sometimes homing doesn't work reliably for you for some reason. So last piece to bring everything together is homing override. If you use Clicky Pro, then you already have a homing override. Make sure if you already have a homing override, you're not using Clicky, replace it. For anybody who needs a homing override, the following example works reliably on a V0. Nice. I pasted a link. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's try this. So it says we need to remove. If you have safety home section, you need to comment out the entire block. Nope. How do you bulk? We'll just manually comment out one by one. If home X, home X. Okay, so homing macro in the firmware example configs and return. The homing macro in the firmware example configs. Oh, I should check that too. Let's see what happens if we try this though. Let's just go as is and see how we're looking. I haven't run, I really haven't ran a lot of sensorless homing setups. The Mercury 1.1, I removed the Y-axis, but haven't really done a whole lot. PF, hey, what's up, PF? A sensorless.cfg included. It is not. Hey, Steve, thank you very much, man, for the 5 gifted memberships. Nuno got one, Alien got one, Kenneth got one, Andrew got one, and this should be me. It was you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, let's see what happens. See if things look any different. Unknown command. Is that because we don't have sensorless? Is that why you were asking, Ted? Is that why we need sensorless.cfg? Is this where I'm looking for the file? How do I V0? Maybe Nuno, it gives you an extra month of membership? I don't know. Do you have any tips on how to get one of these machines past the misses without getting a divorce? Yes. Figure out a way that you can make cool things that your wife enjoys, or girlfriend or partner. Yeah. So if she has a hobby of sorts, figure out a way that you can somehow incorporate making things for that hobby using your printer. I've printed out a bunch, well, Erin knew what she was getting into, but I've made a bunch of little, like, recently organizers for the tea bag drawer. Yeah, V02 is sensorless. Yep. What would you like and what color? Exactly. Just open up, like, things or printables or even Thingiverse and say, find anything you're interested in. I will make it for you. Okay, let's see if there's an example of homing override. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it does seem like if it doesn't know these commands, we definitely need... Is there an include? Did I miss it? Did I scroll right past it? Yeah. Home all equals X arm for X. So the home X command looks like that's what's throwing us through a loop. Yeah. It's also how you get more fluid. Exactly. Load filament, unload. Ah, gotcha. I think we need all of these, Home Z as well. Okay, cool, yep. That makes sense. It didn't have the macro in the file. Okay, let's try this again. Config, printer.cfg. I will agree that the pre-installed config, although it might slightly make things easier, kind of isn't very good. Let's see, is there anything else that's going to conflict with anything? Print end should be fine, print start should be fine. I don't know if we should be, I feel like we don't need a homing macro if we're already using a different overriding homing macro. Anyone agree with that? Also, somebody in chat has to know, what is the keyboard shortcut to comment out a block of code? I've known it before, and I was looking for it the other day and I could not figure it out. I expect absolute printed forward level prints. Oh god, no pressure. The crickets are awesome. Somebody has to know, what is the keyboard shortcut to comment out a block of code? / I cannot remember. It's driving me nuts. Save backup before you edit. Oh, it's literally just control forward. Okay. I should be able to pull this. Should be able to pull this original file. Plus, I'm not deleting anything. I'm not deleting anything, so. All right, let's see what happens. But yeah, having a backup is a great idea. Doesn't it automatically create backups, or does Fluid not do that? I feel like, oh, it's not. It's definitely not doing. Is that a setting you can enable, or is that a Moonraker thing? Because I know Moonraker pretty much always saves it. Hey, what's up, David? Is there a difference between the LDO and the SIBOOR kit? Yeah, definitely. All the hardware is different. The hot end's different. Components are different. Yeah, definitely. It does, but only for the printer.cfg. Gotcha. Yeah, I just added it, Ted. I guess I could create a separate file to keep things organized, but let's see if we can get it working first. So let's go. Well, that didn't do it. Okay, why didn't move at all? So that makes me think that we need to increase our increase the sensitivity, right? So it's less sensitive. I just did this not long ago. I don't remember exactly how I did it. Let's see. Stealth chop, no, don't open. Okay, so I don't think it's set run current X equals printer config file TNC run current float. If current is lower, sensitivity may need to be adjusted. Yeah, let me pull up really quick here. Cycle, stealth chop. Also, are we, let me check really quick here. Are we in, where is our, stepper X, Y, and Z. Hey, Elf, thanks for becoming a member. Cheers. Okay, so stealth chop is enabled. I feel like that's the first thing I always turn off. It doesn't have it for Y, but I feel like run current 1.1 resistor. Okay, let me just really quickly restart this. So I know stealth chop, when I've ran stealth chop in the past, it's given me issues. I don't think it's gonna affect our homing. It's probably gonna do the exact same behavior, but I still want to, like, I like to check every time I make a change, otherwise I don't know what affected what. Okay, so Y is still not doing anything at all, which is odd to me, because that should be homing Y as well. I don't think, oh, it's recommended, or to always use stealth chop mode by setting stealth chop. Okay, so, all right, that's incorrect. So it says, it is recommended to always use spread cycle mode by not specifying stealth chop threshold. So let's delete, we don't need it at all in our config. Why did I thought 99999 did the opposite of that. So let's get rid of stealth chop threshold. Or 0 to use spread cycle. Okay, let's do that then. Fun stuff. Gotta get back to work. All right, wish me luck, Steve. It seems like I'm gonna need it today. Alrighty, let's try this again. So this is stealth chop is off. Okay, now it's loud. That was weird. So homing X. Okay, too aggressive. Homing Y. So it won't home Y without trying to home X, it seems like. So I hit Y and it goes X direction. No, Ted! Stealth chop threshold is required for Sensorless. Okay, that's good to know. What's up, Gamer Geek? Okay. Sensorless homing. Limitations, prerequisites, tuning. Choose a homing speed. Choose homing speed, configure. Sensor, CFG. Find high sensitivity that successfully homes. Place the carriage near the center of the rail. Use set TMC field command to set the high sensitivity. All right. So it's TMC field is what we're looking for, which is going to be under here, right? Driver SGTHRS. Okay, 255 is the most. There we go. There is comment. Okay, this is at least nice. So right now it's set 70 and 70. So let's drop it to 50 and 50. For X though, for some reason, I don't know that we need to go lower. X actually seemed a little aggressive on the last run. So let's try this. Cell chop value is the speed you want cell chop to be on. 99, we'll set cell chop on when below. Ah, gotcha, okay. Homing speed 20. We can try that. Let's try it one time like this. I want to see. X was definitely a little aggressive. So let's try it. X. Y is still not moving. It's very odd to me. All right. Homing speed. For any axis, a good starting point for homing speed is for the stepper motor to make a full rotation every 2 seconds. For any axis, this will be the rotation distance divided by 2. Okay, we can try that as well. Gotta go. Hope you figure it out soon. I'll catch us later. Sounds great. Thanks for stopping by, and I appreciate that. All right, so it says half the rotation distance, which we've got 40. So homing speed. Cool. We will try lowering it then. It's 20 and 20. It's weirding me out though that Y is not doing much of anything. So let's drop this down to 40. See if that makes a difference, because we can't even get Y to move right now. It shouldn't be reversed. I mean, we were able to home it initially, but the issue was that it was homing a little bit too aggressively. Okay, so 20, setting it to 20 completely triggers it. I remember this too. So when I just did this on the Mercury 1.1 for the Y axis, and I had to increase the speed pretty high because the lower the speed I went, the higher, like I had to make it less sensitive as well. It's more aggressive on the driver, it seems like, to go slower. So let's try again. System config parent.cfg. So we're gonna have to go, if we're going to go at 20 millimeters a second, let's try lowering this down to like 25x and 25y. Can you jog Y at all regardless of homing status? Usually not. Usually it makes you home it first. It worked before macro was added. Yeah, it did work before the macro was added. Yeah, so something's going on with Y. Hey, PF, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thomas, Mayhem, Marcel, Traveling Hobbit, and Midlife Chaos. So you guys all got memberships. Thank you, man. Thank you, PF. Yeah, it did work before the macro. We can revert back. So let's see if we revert back to... G-code macro print start. Yeah, so from here down should be what we added. So let's go back to this and see what happens. We have slightly slower speed now. That seems more aggressive. It is more aggressive. Okay, so the thing we need to adjust now then is backing our sensitivity up, or increasing our sensitivity. So printer.cfg, and I think we started off at 70. So let's increase it to 70. If we can get it close, I'm okay with moving forward and attempting to do other things, and I can play around with this a little bit on my own later. Maybe the run current being set is too low. I have to do this tonight, just finish. Oh, you do? Okay, so that's too sensitive now. It only moves a hair. It took me a long. I was talking to, I don't know if it was Alien or who I was talking to a while back about this, but it took me quite a long time to get the settings correct on the y-axis for the Mercury 1.1, because it was either banging into the frame or it was triggering too early. It's just like process of changing values, and okay, we're closer where we want to be. Can you show the homing override macro? Yeah, I will in just a second. Okay, that was pretty good. That was actually really good. I think that we, one second here. I think Y should still be a little bit more sensitive. It has a little bit more smack than I would like, so let's make it, let's try like 55, let's see if that does it. X seemed really good. If it was not working at all, could it have been something with the code? Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I copied and pasted it from the official Voron GitHub, but it's possible, I suppose. That's too hard. That's still a little bit too hard, man. Yeah, you guys take a look at the homing override macro, or the homing override. So homing override is here. So it's calling on home X, and then it's calling on home Y. And home X, let's see, always use consistent run current. Doing sensorless homing. Set home current, so it's dropping the current. Then it's homing X. Then it's bouncing off 10. Okay. And then this one should be homing Y. Oh, you guys can't see. Oh my god. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, homing override macro calls on the home X and then the home Y macro. And so home X macro shows it homing X, then basically again retracting 10 millimeters. And then home Y, it shows that it's doing it correctly as far as like X and Y. They don't both say X or Y. You also have to change the homing override currents. Isn't this setting it to 0.7? So what is our current, Hey, what's up, DJ? Yeah, I think I'm gonna change the values one more time on here, and then we're just gonna go with it. So X was a little bit too much. Let's go 60. 60. We want it a little bit more sensitive. I'll play around with the retractions later to see if I can get that figured out. But we seem to be closer to where we need to be just using this. It doesn't print yet, Lisa. Okay, so X is definitely too sensitive. Y looks perfect there. So X is currently at 60, which is too sensitive. So let's do 55 for X. Save and restart. Run current, I think, is 1.1. What's run current? Yeah. Run current is 1.1 for X, Y, and much less for Z and extruder. All right. Okay, X looks great. Y looks close to great. It's so close. My run current is 70% of 1.1 for homing override. Okay, so here's just 70%, which is pretty close to what it was doing then, because it was setting it to 0.7, so not quite 70%, a little bit less than 7%, or a little less than 70%. Okay, for Y, let's try 62, and then I think as long as it homes, we're calling it. We're moving on to the next thing. 1.1 does seem high. I have homing override disabled though, Turtle. It was enabled, but I disabled it because it was throwing weird behaviors. Like I couldn't get it to move in the Y direction at all, which is probably because it was changing the run current, like you're saying. X looks great. Y is still a little bit too much, but we're gonna run with it. Yeah, I say stick with and carry on too. I like the retracting idea. I will definitely take a look at that. I don't know what kind of steppers. I think they're just branded as, I can look at the model number later, but they're SIBOOR steppers. All right. See unstop pin location and probe check, PID tune. Oh, I just realized we don't have the bed screw adjust macro either, do we? Homing, Homex. Okay. Fly macros. Cancel print, shut down, pause, resume. Okay, that's it. I didn't see any heater bed. So there's nothing in here. Did you check if the extruder is functioning correctly? No, we haven't checked the extruder yet. Let me try to home, let's try to home Z now. Let's home everything. So X and Y we know is basically working. It's just a matter of configuring the settings. So let's see, so X, Y, again, a little bit too aggressive, but let's go. Hey, what's up, Tunky? Cool, all right, Z home's fine. Let's heat up our hot end. I put my Sensorless home macros in the Discord if you want to try. Okay, sweet. I will check them out a little bit later, Edwin. I'll play around with them after, probably after stream, just because I remember the last time I was playing around with Sensorless homing, it was just a trial and error process, which looks a lot like what we're doing right now. I just kept changing values, like, we're getting closer, we're getting further, and just over and over again. Nice, Jen. Did you go with a SIBOOR kit, or what kit did you order? Also, somebody remind me in 15 minutes to open the giveaway. Right? Sounds right. Yeah. All right, so we've got our hot end, we have some PLA somewhere. We got some silk purple, or silk, yeah, it's purple. Polymaker PLA. Yeah, it's tripping me out. There's quite a few differences between the 0.1 and 0.2. I really like like some of the quality of life things, like the front door being able to easily lift it off is really nice. Let's just bypass this and go right through the top. Let's see. Seems like it's extruding. Okay, let's see if it spits out plastic. Hey, G-Funny! Thank you for the gift of membership. Tunky, you got it. Thank you, man. Open the giveaway. Thank you, Zombie. Thank you, John. Hey, what's up, Llama? SIBOOR, I'm thinking about adding can, better hot end, and mellow extruder gears. Nice. You're probably doing exactly what I'm going to be doing. I mean, I'm going to wait to see what this hot end does or doesn't do. But I definitely plan on adding can, especially because the board already has can built into it. And I don't know about the extruder gear, actually. We'll see. Yay! I forgot silk comes out really weird looking. It comes out looking huge. Awesome. Okay, so extruder is working. That is good. Okay, so then the next question I have, that I don't remember, is bed screws adjust built into clipper? Or do I need to add a macro for it? Nope, it's built in. Cool, so we're gonna level the bed. Alright, it's also cool down there. Nozzle or hot end. Alright. Are you gonna use this? Oh, sorry, I missed that. Are you gonna use the SIBOOR hot end that dies in the first print? Yes! We are gonna use the SIBOOR hot end. I think I need to let it cool down really quick a little bit and remove the filament from the nozzle, and then we'll do this. But yeah, we're gonna use all of the stock hardware. I will admit that the hot end, I don't have a ton of confidence in it. It looks fine to me. It looks really actually quite solid to me, but man, the feedback I've gotten from like 3 people now is that they just swapped it right away or had issues with it or something. So, which makes me sad because again, on paper, it doesn't look like a bad hot end. Let me grab a little wire brush. Wish me luck, just finished wiring. Good luck, Tor. Good luck, man. All right, nozzle's clear. Let's try our bed screw tilt again. Already use a board to exit. All right. Okay, let's get a piece of paper. Z end stop calibrate? Is it just to check for the repeatability of the Z on this? Oh, I didn't see anything crash. Okay. PID tune, probe accuracy check. Probe testing. We don't have a probe. Inductive probe, V0, V1. Z end stop location. V0 uses, this is a very long block of text. If the V0.2 that Z end stop is located at the bottom, after homing Z, you can use the Z end stop calibrate command to find the correct position and stop value. Oh, nice. Okay. Thank you for calling it out. Okay, so let's do this again. Let's home. First, let's abort this. Cool. Home all. Yeah, so nozzle is too close to bed because of that. Woof. You need to decrease the max position in the Z-stepper. Been moving way too much up, it crashes into the carriage hard, even bent the bed assembly. Perfect. Good, great. I'm glad you guys all saw it, because I sure didn't. Okay, that makes sense though, because there's going to be some variation on Z-switch. It doesn't matter whether you mount in the same spot, it'll still be a couple millimeters off as a minimum, so. Okay, so Z end stop calibrate command. Bam, bam, bam. Starting manual Z-probe. Wait, so... Oh, so I'm quite literally going to lift it. After homing Z, you can use it to find the correct position and stop value. I don't know if they'll use a piece of paper. Test Z equals. And if you use the main start dialog box, it will open. That allows you to move the nozzle up or down. It did not do that. It's weird. It did not do that. Doesn't? Yeah, I thought normally that Fluid has a nice little interface. It's a lot nicer when you have the, so negative 100. Okay, so we're gonna get it at least to like 110, or like once it gets closer, we'll start inching it, or not inching it, but like slowly popping it up. Mainsail's, yeah, Fluid was the one that had, I thought, the nice on-screen initially, and then I thought Mainsail got it after, so I'm weird. I don't have nearly as much experience in Fluid Hobbit, so I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I think that a lot of the features are similar. It's kind of the, like, overall look and location of things that are different. And I can't say that one's better or worse than the other per se. I think a lot of it comes down to personal preference, but I have a lot more experience using Mainsail. Okay, so we're gonna just keep doing that. Okay, so I want to move. Should be able to. No, I can't move you. Okay. Run the Z-probe. If you're using Mainsail, if you're not using Mainsail, you have to manually issue nozzle movements. These manual instructions can be found here. Place key favor, peak movement, push paper back and forth. Continue issuing the command until you feel a small amount of friction when testing with paper. If too much friction is found, then you can use a positive value. Okay. Once you found the paper, click accept. Then you need to issue safe config. Alright, so it's the exact same as with the probe setup then. Alright, so now we need a piece of paper. Bed has not been leveled yet. We were trying to level the bed, but then we crashed on homing, so it was way too big a piece of paper. Do I have just another piece of paper somewhere? We'll use this. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, we're already too tight, and that's 4 millimeters less than, 1 second here, let's go 0.5, 4 millimeters less than what the max is currently. Negative 0.1. Okay. Okay, we're gonna roll with that. Okay, should be accept. And then save config. All right, let's see how this goes now. Shouldn't max C, I think that max C automatically should set to that, Grant. At least that's what it seemed like based off of what I read here. If not, let's check and see what it did. Let's see if there's anything auto-generated down here. Position end stop is 115.9. Position of end stop equals 115.9. No smoke, nice. Hey, what's up, Raheem? It's going okay. The config is not, like, the config's needing quite a bit of work. When it homes to the back, well, it's homing the wrong direction. I fixed that. Now it's homing to the back right. It's still a little bit too aggressive. And yeah, we're moving on from that. So I think we should be fine. At least from what I'm seeing. 115. Let me see here if we go. So it did comment out. Yeah, that did it. So position end stop was originally 120. It commented that out, and it gave us the what? We were 4 millimeters and some change too close. 4.05 basically. So we should be good. This is fluid, Mitch. Okay, so now that we've got that, now we should be able to do our bed adjust. Bed leveling. Let's do this. We'll do PID tuning after. Okay. Hopefully there's no crashing this time. That should have resolved it. It's important not to skip steps. Yeah. Yeah, I think I never had that issue on the previous V0s because it was homing at max Z. I just adjusted the end stop. If I remember right, wasn't there a screw that you could just adjust? I think I just did it by hand, that's why. All right. Probably a hair too far away from the bed, but I think I'd rather do that and then need to slightly adjust it than have it too close and drag into the bed. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. I'm okay with that for right now. Hey, what's up, Ramon? Yeah, giveaway time. We will do that. Okay. Awesome. Now, let's open the giveaway. For anyone that hasn't joined before, we're giving away a spool of Polymaker filament anywhere in the world. All you have to do is fill out the form that's going to be pinned in chat for half an hour. And then we will do the drawing in 30 minutes. Pin message. Oh wow, we have 120 people and 57 likes. If you have not smacked the like button, please do. But yeah, definitely get in on the giveaway. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's do our PID tuning really quick. I'd like to center oops. Okay, so we are going to PID heated bed. So it says do the heated bed first. Let's close. I didn't route the filament correctly because we cheated, but let's do this for a sec. Close this up so that way it's going to be in the same kind of environment it'll be, and let's run a PID tune on the heated bed. Like that. And we're off. All right. We'll chill for a few here. Okay, should I build a 0.1 or 0.2? I don't see why you'd build a 0.1 unless you have some unique reason for why you're doing that. But the hinging mechanism of the top hat is a huge plus. The tool head, from everything I've seen and heard, is better on the stealth burner. It's also mini stealth burner. It's also much easier to work on or get access to. I had to take it apart twice because the nut that we glued in on stream actually popped off. and it was much easier to take apart than the mini afterburner. I like the way the doors are set up better. The skirts look prettier. What else? Yeah, I would do 0.2. I don't see why not. No multiplier, but my birthday is Friday. Man, we gotta do a Friday birthday stream. What are you doing for your birthday, Zombie? Happy early birthday, also. How do you feel the build went from SIBOOR versus the other V0 kits that you've done? So the first V0.1 that I built was my first ever Voron, first ever Core XY full build, and I self-sourced it. It was rough. Like I would almost go as far as describing like it as being awful. Like it was really, really rough. I ordered incorrect parts. I ordered incorrect counterparts. I just did things so wrong. So it's hard to compare that one because that one was just such a bad experience. I mean, the end was a net positive, but it was I was my own worst enemy throughout that. The LDO V0.1 was a great build. We did that all on live stream, and it went much better. I don't know that I had any real complaints with the V0.1 from LDO. It was a really solid kit. This build was pretty smooth. These parts are sticking up a little bit. That's weird. This build was really smooth, and part of it is that yes, the parts were all really here and laid out nicely like their little screw organizer. This was awesome. Part of it's also though that with the V0.2, Voron added a bunch of stuff to their assembly manual, which makes the process a lot easier. They spend more time calling things out, which just makes it more pleasant to follow along with. So part of it's that, and that I've done 2 V0s already, so I kind of have a general idea of what I'm doing at least. But as far as, like, as of right now, I have very few complaints about this kit. Like, I'm curious to see how the printed parts hold up because it's ABS Plus. For now, they look great. I really have had no issues or warping parts or cracking parts or like that. The acrylic, I'm looking right now and around the edges, I don't know if the printed parts were printed for a different size. I can show you guys probably this. It might be tough to show a visual of. But I'm wondering if on some of these panel clips, if they printed out the wrong size. Let's see. Oh, you guys can't see that because I'm on the right camera. I mean, it's kind of a small detail really in the grand scheme of things, but like I'm noticing right now, which I didn't notice last night. Can we focus in a little bit? So they kind of stick out a little bit right here. And so I'm wondering if maybe these panels, which are probably 3mm, give or take, maybe they're slightly wider than they should be, or the panels were printed out for a slightly smaller size, so they're kind of at an angle. This sucks. I wish I could show you guys this better. It's just not doing it justice. You can kind of see it, right? Like it kind of is going out a slight bit there. It does the same thing on the top. So if I show you guys a top hat, let's see if I can focus on that. Yeah, you can kind of see that. So it's sort of like going, it's not perfectly flush. It's going out a little bit there. I didn't notice that before, but I mean, that's, again, really just an aesthetic thing. It's not affecting anything functionally. But yeah, overall, it's been really positive. I'm curious, again, how the printed parts will hold up over time, and I'm also curious as to what this hot end is going to be like once we start using it, because I've heard more not good than good about the hot end, which is unfortunate because, again, on paper, to me, it looks like it would be a solid hot end, but looks are certainly deceiving, so. They will bind with the other angle to make it look one piece. They will bind? That's intended. Oh, you're saying it's part of the design? Maybe that's the case then. What's wrong with ABS Plus? So, it depends on who you ask. So ABS Plus is like a modified ABS formula, and some have had issues with interlayer adhesion as well as them not standing up to high temps. Like sort of, I think really deforming at high temp printing. The second V0 that I built uses ABS Plus for accent parts, and there's been no issues. Granted, it was just accent parts. So I don't... That's funny if that's the case then, Raheem. Maybe you're right. They do kind of do that. It just doesn't look fully right. Like, I'm not entirely sure. The gap seems slightly off. But yeah, I'm curious to see how it holds up ABS Plus. Depending on who you ask, some people are really anti-ABS Plus, and some have had success with it. So let's see, we're still warming up, it looks like, to 100 Celsius. We're at 90 C on the bed right now. That sounds counterintuitive if that's true. Yeah, ABS Plus, so ABS Plus isn't intended to be like ABS Advanced. No, it's supposed to be like easy ABS, like ABS made easy. ABS carbon fiber blends are awesome. Let's see. Jose says, it was about the same price. The only point is that by buying small batches of parts, I avoid the import taxes and the government tax on goods. Here in Portugal, we have import taxes. Some of the taxes are nuts. Like, I don't think the Eggy's in chat, but he won our V0.1 giveaway for our, was it on this channel or was it on the main channel? I think it was on this channel for the 1-year live stream giveaway. He won the V0.1 from Fabrico. And I told Fabrico that I would help split if the winner was international. I would pay my portion of the shipping costs or whatever. And the import fees were shocking. I can't remember. It's been a while since. But yeah, some of the international like tariffs or import fees are wild. Like, I absolutely understand why when I see people talking about things and you know, that don't live in the U.S. and they're complaining about the import fees or the shipping fees. It is a substantial amount. It was shocking. So I completely understand that. Yeah, PID on the bed's not fun. We're at 98.5. We are climbing. So I think my game plan is we PID tune the bed. We're doing that right now. It's almost done. We'll PID tune the hot end, and then we're just gonna try to print something. We'll I'm going to download. Let's see here. Let's download the latest Orca slicer because I definitely don't have the latest on this computer. Oh, there's a beta, isn't there? No, maybe there's not. Okay. Ubuntu, Silicon, Mac, Windows. Boop. Portuguese Custom wanted to charge me 135 euros for a product. Oh my god, that's gross. Yeah. I already put 120 print hours of ABS Plus parts without problem. Nice. That's great to hear. Yeah, I don't know. You know, again, I know that there's quite a few people out there printing with ABS Plus that have used it and haven't had issues. So, I mean, it depends on what you're doing, how extreme you're doing. If you're trying to print polycarbonate and you're completely heat soaking your chamber, I don't know. I'll definitely report back though. I'm gonna at least use this printer for a couple of weeks before I start putting together an actual like video for the main channel on it. So we'll see how the hot end holds up. We'll see how all the things go. Let's see, extract here. Don't forget to check the rotation distance. Yeah. I'm hoping the rotation distance is just set correctly, but I should still measure. Should still measure. Looking for the Voron 2.4 with cost plus postage plus taxes. Has make a $719 kit come to 960. Yeah, it's a big jump. I've had part cracking issues with ABS Plus. In Poland, you back count import tax for 30 printers as the base price. Oh gosh. Normally I should pay 100 import fees, but SIBOOR declares the value of the kit. Oh, nice. My 2.4 Sparta ABS with over 1,000 hours, mostly ABS, not a single part failure. That's awesome. Sparta ABS Plus prints colder than PTG I have. Wow. The Sparta ABS Plus, those had been problematic, Aaron. I thought ABS Plus was strictly an eSun thing. Hey, Ted's in the house. We've made progress, Ted. We have made progress. More info, run anyway. All right, allow access. Close. Repair. Printers. Whoa, that's cool. Whoa, I didn't know they added this. Nice. So you can add generic, yeah, it's so cool. Okay, yeah, I haven't used the latest version, I guess. So we are going down to Voron v0.1, should still work the same, I would think. Confirm, and then we'll go here. Nope, that's not right. We will go here. Nope, yep, there we go. Octo Clipper, and we are doing hey, Ramon. I don't know if it's his name. Ramon? I'm gonna go with Ramon. Thank you for becoming a member. Cheers. I've only used Sparta ABS 3 and it's been fine. Can't speak for other brands. Gotcha. I didn't even know they had an ABS Plus. Okay, cool. So now we've got access to it from here, so we can see what's going on. So we should be getting pretty close to our, I don't know how many times it checks. So we've climbed, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're doing a 6th check right now. I love Orca Slicer. Yes, I really do. Don't get me wrong, I really like Prusa Slicer as well. I've been enjoying using the latest beta version of it. But yeah, Orca Slicer, oh god. The ability to have the entire interface inside of it versus having to minimize it and go to your browser in itself is such a nice thing. And he's always working on cool stuff. I saw talk about potentially some kind of printable input shaping calibration tool that is different than the Clipper one, that's sort of a little bit more simplified, that you print out sort of a generic range and it tests a bunch of different input shaping values, and then you based off that print a more narrow test, and it makes it much easier versus having to measure with calipers the manual method. So still go with Super Slicer. Love some options that I could only find there. Yeah, Polymaker, I'm very excited to use some of that stuff. Yeah, Orca Slicer is awesome, Raheem. You should absolutely download it. Yeah, the Slicer is great, I agree. Okay, so we should be good. Save config. Awesome. So now, I guess we do have to go back to the browser, don't we, for the next step. Okay, so we did that. Now we're going to did that work? Fans are on very low. Hey, Raheem, are you out of curiosity using the fans that came with the V0.2, or did you end up swapping your fans out? But I just got all my MMU stuff working in Super, oh no. Yeah, I'm not saying the other slicers still aren't great. I will say I haven't used Super Slicer in a bit though. Since Orca Slicer came out, I'm primarily jumping between Orca and Prusa. Those are my primary 2 slicers right now. I just really like that, to me, Orca Slicer, it feels like a prettier Prusa Slicer. Like, I've never felt Prusa Slicer was a very pretty slicer. Functional, absolutely, but just not very pretty. And I feel like they've just kind of taken the things I liked about Cura, as sort of the layout goes, and taken the settings in Prusa, and then also done their own things, which are just really nice. So, I'm a big fan. I'm very much so a big fan. Yeah, I've given up on Cura. Okay, using the stock fans, okay. Greg gets some issues with his, but mine have been just fine. Kind of surprised me. I think that Mandix swapped out his fans as well, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure that they're not like highest performance of fans. I'm sure that if if I went with like Honey Badger fans, they'd be moving more air and maybe a little bit quieter, but we'll see. I'm gonna use everything as is and just see. I was so happy to work out how to turn on my own auxiliary fan and clipper. Nice. Yeah, I saw that you, where did you source that from, Lee? It didn't look like, it wasn't, or no, was it the same one as the one that comes with the bamboo printers, or no, is it different? Does Orca Slicer have single perimeter on top surface? I don't know. Can I search it? Okay, why are we not searching? Why is search not working? Single doesn't come up with it. Advanced avoid crossing walls, transitioning threshold angle. Line width, seam, precision, ironing, wall generation, arachne, wall transition, alternate order, top surface, bottom surface flow ratio. Only one wall on top surfaces. Bam! It's right here. It is there. I was just searching incorrectly, but yeah, it's here. Definitely get some Sunona Deltas. I think I've had really good luck with Fabrico's Honey Badger fans. I'm probably just gonna order some of those. I think I have a couple maybe in my Mercury 1.1 spare parts bin, so I'll check there first. I might have at least one for like the hot end, but I'll probably order Honey Badger ones. I keep thinking about checking out Orca Slicer and Super Slicer, but installing binaries from the GitHub triggers my spidey senses in the info set kind of way. Yeah, I definitely should probably be smarter and safer about some of my installation of things. I had an issue years ago with it, but I think I'm the only one who didn't have a single issue with my kit. It was 100% perfect except the handle split a little. Oh, so you got my handle split too on the final magnet. Some same humming issues, at least it's consistent. If you figure out what it is, let me know like what you end up doing. Otherwise, I'll play around with it later on. Change the part cooling fan and start it directly. It was not running right. Oh, interesting. Okay. SIBOOR stock fans are literally placeholders. Okay, let's see. I think we're probably done. Yes, we are done. Okay, save config, send. 11 more minutes on the giveaway. If you haven't signed up, the link is pinned, or the form is pinned in chat. Fill that out, and then we will be drawing a winner. All right, so let's go just 210 for right here. Let's load up some filament. I don't have the spool holder on the back, so we will. Let me actually get this figured out really quick here. So I bent. I'm gonna cut off the end of this Bowden tubing because I bent it earlier when I was being a doof. Let's see, right about here should be fine. Maybe? Wow. Okay. I actually finally ordered a filament cutter off of AliExpress, which should be here pretty soon, because I've always just done it by hand with my little X-Acto knife. There we go. Okay. Let's actually take this out first. Okay. Definitely give you way too much Bowden tubing. Like even if I route it, kind of cut it off right about here. I'm gonna leave myself a little extra slack just in case, but there we go. Yeah, PTFE cutter. I've always just used an X-Acto knife, and it's worked fine. I'm pretty good with it. But I was ordering a bunch of stuff off AliExpress the other day and just started browsing, kind of like window shopping. And I ordered a PTFE cutter. We should probably also, let's see, let's home everything really quick here. We're just gonna use this spool holder. I want to clean the bed. There's been a few times where I've just sent it without cleaning a bed on a new printer, and it's got like, you know, grease or oils or something on it. So let's do that. Also, filament wise, we're running low on, oh man. Do we think this is enough for a Voron test cube? This is our Voron, not Voron. This is our Polymaker Dark Blue Galaxy PLA. I think it's enough. I think that's enough. We'll try it. The ERCF kit came with one of the clothing pin style wire strippers for the... Oh, whoa. The ERCF kit came with one of the clothespin style wire strippers for cutting PTFE. It works really well. Nice. Hey, what's up, Cobra? Or, it's not Cobra. Cobra? I don't know how to say it. Just don't do high infill. Okay, we'll do it then. This for Zombie, for his birthday, for early birthday. Although I feel like we should be doing a swatch truck for Zombie, but we'll do a quick cube here if I can get this fed through. I pronounce it Cobra. Oh, okay. Yeah. Cobra. I need a little bit more space on my desk. Okay, let's feed this in. Extrude. Are we extruding? It sure doesn't seem like it. There we go. All right. YouTube birthday celebration. You have one option. Wait, what? All right, we'll do a swatch truck for Zombie. It's 2 days before his birthday, and we gotta swatch truck it. We can do a cube after. Swatch truck. There we go. Swatch truck shapes, we'll keep it simple. This is the 3rd time I've downloaded it on this computer. It had the number 2 behind it. Does Galaxy Colors print the same temp PLA? Yeah, it prints just like standard PLA. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Oops. No, this is the old one. Unpin. Okay. All right, so this is going to be... Can I rename it? I don't want it to be named copy. Is there no way to rename it after I've created it? Oh, I'll worry about it later, I suppose. Okay, let's do Voron generic PLA, badoop. And we'll do, I guess just defaults, strength 3, 15%. All right. We need to extrude a little bit more. Yeah, it annoys me about preacher slicer. Yeah, I don't understand why there's not just a quick rename button. I have had the same thing with preacher slicer. It seems weird to me. I would imagine you could probably go in on the back end and find the name of it and just edit it. Just save the new name and delete the old one. Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, I guess that's one way we can do it. You save it, then a menu pops up to set the name. I think at least that's how Super Slicer works. All right, we are going to hit print. All right, zombie, this one's for you. Upload and print. I guess we don't really need the door open for this PLA. So this is kind of cool about the V0.2 is that the door is just loosely on, so you can just pop it off like that. It seems like a small detail, but it's kind of convenient. If it's just in the way, you can just quickly lift it off and then it pops back on. It's just basically sitting on screws. Of course I can't do it because I'm live and telling you that it's simple. There we go. Okay, so it's heating up. Heading home from the office. Okay, sounds good. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, keep our fingers crossed. Giveaway is for a spool of Polymaker filament. Anywhere in the world. 2 minutes left. So if you have not joined the giveaway, then it's linked in the pinned in the chat. Hey, what's up, Nathan? How long did it take to get to this point? Oh God. You mean like from the time the printer was already done, or to build it from box of parts to this? Because the answer is a gross amount of time, but a lot of that is just my fault from talking a lot on streams. Okay, it looks like a little bit too close. We're just gonna let it ride out. We're extruding. God, yeah, if we're talking about actual, like from box of parts to this, oof. You can build it much quicker if you don't live stream it, I'll tell you that. And also if you're able to keep your attention on what you're doing for more than like 5-minute increments. But so far we've done on live stream 5 hours. No. Oh God, more than that. Okay, so 5 hours plus, so 3 hours, 8 hours, 13 hours, 16 hours, 20 hours, plus this, plus I would say about 30-ish hours, man. I'd say about 30-ish hours. Okay, so nozzle's probably a bit too close, maybe a slight bit of over extrusion, but I'm still not upset for a first print of this just laying down. We'll zoom in for a little bit for you guys. Yeah, but if you weren't streaming and you actually focused, you should be able to knock it out much quicker. If it is PLA, I do not want it. It doesn't have to be PLA. Swatch truck time. Oh, I forgot to clean the bed. Damn it. I did say that. Oh, man. All right, we'll clean it after this. I even have, like, I got IPA all over the place to clean it. My kit took 13 hours. Yeah, that sounds a lot more reasonable. I think you can do it in one really long day or 2 pretty decent length days. Building a second one off stream, I have a feeling that I could knock one of these out in 10 to 12 hours. Relatively easy if I had no distractions. Like if you put me in a prison cell with just a V0.2, a PDF guide, and plenty of water and snacks, I think I can build it in 10 to 12 hours. I will say the fans seem very quiet. I wonder what they're at as far as speed goes. Or as far as like percentage of output. Let's see, device. Nope, this is bamboo or the wrong slicer. Okay, 1 more minute on the giveaway, and then I'm gonna unpin the form and we'll do the drawing. It says part pans at 100%. So yeah, I don't think the part pans are very good. I don't see how they could be good and be that quiet. Our wheels are definitely also not going to be spinning. I can see that right now. The hinge printed mods is a must for the lid. The hinge printed mod. I don't know what that is, Mitch. Yeah, the bed's pretty decent on this. They did have a pretty good one. Plenty of snacks is yes. Plenty of snacks is the important part. I'm exclusively narrowing it to PETS and hips, and sometimes TPE. You're saying, oh, that's all you're printing with now? Your maker coin should be a zombified hedgehog. Nice. With a wheeler eye that can spin with 0.2 spacing. Yeah, this is definitely. I need to increase the gap between the nozzle and the bed a little bit. I'll probably turn all the screws once or twice after this. But for a first print, I'm not really upset. It's not looking bad. Okay, I'm gonna unpin this form, give everyone 60 seconds, and then I will get that set up. So let's remove that from chat. So yeah, we're printing at, according to, so 50 millimeters a second right now. Now 147, now 350, now 147. Acceleration is set to, oh, we don't have pressure advance, we haven't done. Acceleration set to 5,000, or it's actually it's varying. Oh, probably because of the slicer, right? What's the, let's see. Yeah, so this is what it's doing. Normal printing is 5K, outer wall 3K, inner wall 5K, 50% bridging. First layer is slow, that's why it looked really slow. Top surface 3K and travel 7K. As far as speeds go, first layer 50, first layer infill 100, outer wall. I mean, it's not that slow. 200 millimeters a second infill and 200 millimeters a second inner wall. It's really not that slow. I think it's just because of how small the part is. I changed the orange Pi to Raspberry Pi. Lots of problems with the orange Pi. They are making a limitation on the fan on software, but it's not showing on fluid. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, lift off top hat sounds cool. Okay, all right, let me get the, I'll put you guys back on this, and then let me get the giveaway stuff all put together here. So we have, let's see. Ooh, 87 likes. We're close to 100. If you have not hit like, please do. Nathan said, I think the grub screw came loose because I was doing some really dumb stuff with the Z-belt. The next thing I issues with was seemingly random under extrusion. I'm not sure. Are you talking about the K1, Nathan? I was going to ask you, so I printed a few things on it, and PLA has done okay. I had some under extrusion on this, you can't really see it, but on this little tissue box towards the top, under extrusion. And then I was printing out a couple trays of ABS parts last night. It was my first time printing ABS on the printer, and serious under extrusion issues. I ran it once and turned off the filter fan, and then I thought maybe things were getting too hot. And then I ran the same thing again, same settings, left the filter fan on, and still the same issues. So I don't know if it's heat creep. I will say that the printer itself gets really damn hot from the AB motors, so I'm wondering what their voltage is set to, if they're set too high or what the deal is, but I haven't gone into the like their Creality OS web interface, so I don't know what it's set to. I think you have to use a port to get into it. Like, I know that I saw, I think Sam said if you just put the IP address in the browser, you can't get to like the Fluid / Creality OS interface, whatever it is. But I haven't dove that far into it yet. But yeah, ABS has been, I have not had luck with it so far. Just heavy under extrusion. I mean, I don't think I have the parts right here. I have them somewhere. They're grossly under extruded. I took some photos. I mean, I'll show, here's one. Like, and then we're doing the giveaway. But this is like, let's see, can we see it? Can we see it from the side? I mean, you can hear it, like, listen to that. it's grossly under extruded. So I need to spend some more time playing around with it, but like, it's just really rough. So I don't know if it's a partial clog or what the deal is, but I'd kind of be surprised if it was a partial clog unless it was inflicted by heat creep or something like that. Yeah, try taking out the Bowden tube. The bend was too tight. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll try that then. Okay, let me do this before I know everyone's waiting. So there's 113 people for the giveaway. View in sheets. Down. Yeah, so far I think that their profiles in their slicer are okay at best. The profiles aren't very good. All right, giveaway form, cool. Upload this again here. All right, so we have 113 people. It looks like we did that correctly, and bam, and we are ready. Awesome. Okay. I don't 100% take the Bowden tube out of the drag chain. Oh, you're saying just remove it from the drag chain completely, like it's having issues because it's routed in there. I'm trying to think on the bamboo printers, is it going in there? No, it's not. It is strapped to the top of it. Oh, this is the, I guess the P1P, which didn't even have one. So, okay, yeah, I'll try that then. It's very possible that's the issue. Okay, alrighty, so, well, I've got focus for a second here. As always, massive thank you to Polymaker for allowing us to give away a spool of filament every single week. I am really excited. So for the Voron 2.4 that we're starting to build next week, I had all the parts printed out. Fabrico has a pretty cool print service for any of the really like the big printer builds. And so I tested out the print service that he offers. And so all the parts are printed out in black and red. It's going to be very similar color theme to this SIBOOR build. I just wanted to go with a sort of OG Voron black-red color because I haven't done that in any of the Voron builds I've done. They've all been kind of bright colors, different colored frames. But I am very much looking forward to using the Polymaker Galaxy ABS for an upcoming build here. So for anyone that hasn't been in a giveaway before, I will send you an email, whoever wins, later today. And depending on where you are, you'll either pick a spool that you'll enter in. It could be any PLA, ABS, PTG, or ASA, just no exotics. However, if you're in the US or Canada, instead of a spool, you get a gift card, which is sweet because you get more choice. And if there's something that's too expensive, I think the gift card's $30. So if you do want to get a fancy spancy spool, you can put the gift card towards it and pay the difference, which is pretty sweet. So, yep. And I think on that, let's roll a dice. Let's do, how many shuffles? Let's see. Let's do 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, good luck, everybody. 3, 2, and 1. Here we go. Yeah, I think that the K1's gonna take some revisions for them to nail it. Yeah, we'll see. Eric Dumont, that is a first-time winner, I am pretty sure. I don't recognize that. Let's go with some confetti and some air horn. Congratulations. I will send you an email later today, and you will be able to claim, depending on where you are, either your gift card or your filament. So congratulations. Yeah, we could talk for, so I've got, nope, we don't want fireworks. That's not right. We don't want DJ air horn, and we don't want confetti anymore. Let's go back here for a second. Let's see how things are looking. But we can talk about the K1 for a bit. Wow, extrusion's not looking great on this. I don't know how well you guys can see that, but it's definitely starting to look uglier. Let's see if we can see it really well. There's sort of like hairs forming, which is really odd. Like almost like blobs forming, which, oh, it's clogged. It's clogged. Yes. All right. So we've got a clog, which I wonder if the extruder motor. All right, let's stop this. It's like, it almost like, it looked similar to like how PETG clogs up. So let's stop this. Yeah, it's not extruding at all. It took me a second. I'm like, it's in the air. Okay, so there could be a number of things. It could be heat creep. Again, the fans, I'm not sure if it's just not moving enough air to cool the heatsink. It's a possibility. Or it could be the hot end, which again, we've heard has issues. So let's see. Close. Oh no, it full-blown clogged. Fun. Yeah, so you can actually see, I'm not sure if it's heat creep or not. Show you guys this. The edge of the filament has a blob on it. You can kind of see it. I have a feeling it's heat creep. I have a weird feeling it's heat creep, just because I highly doubt it's the filament. I haven't had any issues with the entire spool, so I'd be shocked if at the very end it was an issue. I have a feeling it heat creeped ever so slightly, so the filament, when it was pushing, allowed it to sort of get this little bit of blob on the end, and then it wasn't able to feed through the hot end anymore. Yeah, I'm almost positive it's heat creep. It's very likely fan related. Well, let's cut this end off and let's try this exact same print one more time. And while we do that, we can talk about the K1. It's right here on the ground. I can share my initial thoughts because my review is going to be a ways out. I decided that I'm just taking my sweet time. I want to see sort of what happens, and I've got questions for reality. So, well, let's do this. Let's 1 second. Let's cancel. Yes. Let's increase our Z. Nope, that's the wrong way. Nope. Motor's off. Yeah, so nozzle is definitely a bit too close to the bed. Adhesion was great, considering I didn't clean this bed at all. Probably not great now after my finger oils are all over it, but let's do a couple things here. So let's turn each screw like just a slight bit. Okay. Let's heat up the hot end again and just resend this print. Yeah, I have a feeling it's heat creep. And that begs the question of, if it's heat creep, do I want to just swap out the fans while I'm in there, or do I want to just swap out the fans in the hot end? I really want to like the hot end, like as an option, because again, on paper it looks pretty good to me. But 3 to 5 millimeters is not heat creep. It's a clog. Anything longer, it is heat creep. 3 to 5 millimeters is not a clog. I'm sorry, it's not heat creep. What do you mean, 3 to 5 millimeters as far as the blob length goes? Did you win the draw for the Pantheon? Yes, yes, you did. I don't know what would have caused it to clog though. That's, new fans in Revo, yeah, I know. It would make it so much better. But then I have to buy the filament because I want the colors to match. Why are we not? You want to know something, guys? I don't think that the cause of clogging, I don't think it was actually the, I don't think it was the printer at all. So you guys didn't see what just happened, but, oops, let me show you guys this. So I've got the spool sitting right here, right, on this external holder, because I took the back off, so I'm not using the little through-hole spool holder. And right now, when I was trying to pull this through by hand, this wasn't rotating at all. So I have a feeling it might not have been printer related at all, but actually that the printer, the extruder, wasn't able to pull this because it was binded. So what I'm gonna do is now is let's take the actual spool holder that's intended to be used with this, and let's try it as is again. Because if that's the case, then you guys are absolutely right. It wasn't heat creep. It was actually an issue with it just not being able to pull the filament. Because I tried pushing it through by hand right now and I was having issues, so let's give this a go. How much filament do they should grind into the filament? Not a lot. The retraction is too big in this profile. I don't know that it's that. I want it, because of what I just saw, I want to just run it and see what happens as is. If I can get this to feed through again. Okay, let's just try to... Because something tells me that it might be... No, there's a clog. There's definitely a clog. Great. Oh, fun stuff. All right, let's see if I can... Yeah, there's definitely melted filament inside. I'm seriously thinking it might be heat creep. Like because there's filament melted inside. This doesn't seem good. I have a feeling I'm going to have to disassemble the entire thing. Oh, it looks like the spool and stand were being pulled in by the printer. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see if I have, I don't know if I have an actual tiny needle. I think the one I have is, oh, I do. Okay, let's try to drop the bed and see if I poke from the bottom, if we can get it through. Let's go home. Did my model? Yes, it did. It was... your swatch truck was too much to handle. It seemed like it was a... Originally, I thought it was heat creep. But then it seemed like it was a feeding issue. Like, the spool was binded on the filament roller that I had. Which I didn't see, but now it looks like we've got a nasty clog. So I'm just, it's fun stuff. All right, let's see if we can shove a needle through the bottom of the nozzle. Can I even see? I'm gonna move you guys a little bit. There we go. Okay, well that's going all the way through. But it's also coming out completely colored. Like, it feels like there's filament completely painted on the inside of this. Inside of the hot end. Like, yeah, I don't know. Let me see if I cut this at an angle, if I can somehow just get it to go through, but I have a feeling it's not feeling good to me. Yeah, I think filament melted too high up. I'm almost positive, but should not be that difficult to feed. Look at that. We haven't tried leveling the bed, zombie. We'll try that. We'll try that right after. Well, I like the Revo. You can make sure it's on a clog before the nozzle. Yeah. We might be going Revo on this. Have a Revo Micro just chilling in the garage, waiting for its time to shine. I mean, I was hoping we're gonna be able to use. I gotta admit, like, so far, this is worse than I was hoping for with the hot end. I thought for sure we'd at least get some prints out of it, but I don't think it's happening. This seems like a nasty clog, and I feel like it's inside of the hot end. Like, I think I'd have to really disassemble this thing. Let's see, so we're still heated up to temp. Oh! 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 What clog? What clog? All right. Okay. Clog be gone. Easy. All right, so let's try printing this again. This time the difference is the spool is on the back, and this should rule out, if it happens again, it's not the spool. If it doesn't happen again, I think it was that the spool had binded. So we're gonna try out this brand new model called the Swatch Truck. It just came out. See the power factor of the fan. It would be on the, I have to take the fan out though. What clog? There was no clog. I just did it for the, what does Nero say? Just did it for the engagement. All right, let's see what happens now. All right, easy peasy. The PTFE can catch on the holes in the cardboard spool. Oh wait, the PTFE can catch on the hole. Oh god. All right. Okay, so yeah, definitely no more clog. Things are looking good on. Oh, that's not looking great, but that's fine. I just wanted to print all the way through. Keep an eye on your hot end temperature during print. I had wild fluctuations. That's interesting. Yeah, I will. It looks fine. I mean, looking at, if we're looking at the graph from the previous print even, it stayed pretty consistent throughout the entire print. That little bit of droop right there is just from, I didn't clean off the nozzle, so. I did turn the knobs on the bed ever so slightly, so the nozzle should be just a hair further away from the bed. It was a little bit too close. Definitely a slow first layer. I should probably boost up first layer in this profile, but let's see what happens. But yeah, if anyone has questions about the K1, the Crowdy K1, I've been playing around with it for the last, it showed up last Thursday. And originally I was gonna do a stream for it, but we have so much stuff going on, excuse me, that I just decided, my parents are in town, and I let my dad unbox it with me, and we went through the setup process together, which was really simple. Yeah, these wheels, it's still too close. Still too close. At least on the right side of the bed. Right side of the bed might be a little bit closer on the left side, but I don't really care right now. I just want to see if we can get through this print without a clog. Dragon burner. You're gonna cause problems. I can feel it. There we go. What do I think of the K1? So, it's nice. The actual hardware is quite nice. The only things that seem weird to me so far are, I know, a dad unbox would have been great. I don't know, my parents were out visiting. I was like, I don't want to have my dad have to get on camera. Like, he was here to visit his grandson. So the main issues I ran into was the X-axis smooth rods had like sticky adhesive on them, which is something that Nathan had pointed out. It was the exact same on mine. So I don't know what the deal is, why that is the case, but they definitely need to clean their smooth rods better. I also noticed that the exhaust fan is always on no matter what you're printing. You can turn it off from the front screen, but I didn't see any obvious way to turn it off from like the slicer. Gosh, what else? Let's get through this swatch truck and then we can take it out for like 30 minutes and play around with it. Let's just do that. And I'll let you guys ask questions or see what you want to see on it. It's fast. It's way fast. I mean, like considering they went from Ender 3 to it's quite impressive. Do I think it's going to come out and just stomp on Bambu Labs? Absolutely not, based off my initial experience. And the primary reason for that is that one, it's Creality, and their QC has never been the best. You know, I mean, again, they make a ton of machines and a lot of people are happy with them, but their QC is not the best. There's no denying it. Also, Bambu like has their entire ecosystem, right? From filament to machine to firmware to slicer to all the things. It's all their own. While on the Creality printer, their slicer is still a really hacked up version of Cura, which I'm not crazy about. They haven't admitted it, but it definitely, from everything I'm seeing, it's running a stripped version of Clipper, I believe. I won't 100%. You can try the Bowden tube. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll take the Bowden tube out and see if that makes a difference. It seems to me like it's running Clipper. They haven't claimed it. I messaged my contact basically just saying, hey, I'm letting you know right now that if this thing is running Clipper and a hacked version of Clipper screen, you guys need to release the files, and it's super important, and please talk to your engineers and yada yada. And she told me that she's heard it from others as well, and that she'll let them know. So again, I would like to say I definitively know it's running Clipper, but I guess I don't definitively know. I just don't see how it can't be, given like what things look like and what they've done with the Sonic pad running fluid and all that. Like, I don't see how they could have created their own firmware. So I'm quite confident in saying that it's running Clipper, but a really just, again, hacked up version of it. There's a lot of positives. I know I'm kind of like being real critical. There's a lot of positives as well. The build of the machine is quite impressive, I would say. I know somebody noticed like 6mm belts on 9mm pulleys, which is weird. I've been meaning to ask them if there was a thought behind that, or like what the deal is, if it was intended for 9mm belts. It does not brass brush. The V0 is my favorite printer because usually it's the one that cranks out part. Yeah, it heats up really quickly, which is nice because the small bed. If these Clipper didn't release the files, that's extreme cringe. Yeah. I mean, so what I'll say is this, is like, so Creality has been around for a long time, right? Like, I mean, I started printing in 2014, and I think that they were starting around there. I remember the CR10, OG CR10 came out about a year and a half or 2 years after I started printing. They've been around for a long time, and they've made a lot of mistakes, like a ton of mistakes, and done things that are really not cool. That being said, they have released a lot of times the source code for a lot of their printers. Like, not perfect, absolutely not. Not when they should, also absolutely not. But compared to a lot of other manufacturers, I feel like for a company out of China, they've released a lot of the Marlin source code, which they're supposed to. They're absolutely supposed to do it. So I'm hoping and am confident that they will release a source code for whatever this is. I feel like it would be doing both, I mean, obviously the community, but also themselves a big disservice to not do that. Because the community, one, will be able to improve on the printer, and two, they'll less people will be upset with them because they're abiding by the rules. And I know Sam tested out power loss recovery, so it seems like they've actually added a feature, if it is Clipper, to Clipper that doesn't currently exist as far as I know, so everyone would benefit. So again, we'll see what happens. I don't, like, a fair bit of this is somewhat speculation, but again, like pretty confident speculation. How much source code has Bambu Labs released? So in their defense, they've released what's required. Like, their firmware is completely closed source. Like, so man, there's been so much talks about this lately. So for example's sake, like I am a iPhone user. I use Mac for all of my stuff. Like I'm fine with like pretty closed up. This is how it works and it works well. I have no problems with that. And that to me is what Bamboo's system is. Now, Bamboo should have definitely released the source code for their slicer earlier than they did, but they did release it. And not only did they release it, but they've contributed back. Like Prusa Slicer was able to incorporate importing of step files because Bamboo Slicer did it first, or Bamboo Studio incorporated that process first. So they've gained, I mean, whether it's a small gain or a big gain, I would say that Bamboo Slicer or Bamboo Studio has gained more from Prusa, but like they aren't just leeching, they are giving back as well by making their own contributions to the slicer. And we're all using, a lot of us, Orca Slicer now, which is based off of Bamboo Studio. Because it's open source, we're able to do that. So there's definitely been positives. I don't think that, like yes, Bamboo is not a fully open machine, but they've done what they were supposed to do. And like, I don't know that, like, I'm glad that they did what they were supposed to do. Sent you a file for the K1, perfect. Any opinions for the upcoming hot end displays? You mean like the Big Tree Tech, I can't think of what it's called, but you're talking about the Big Tree Tech screen? This feels like the old man talking about reality back in the day. I know. It's been so, I mean, I know that there's a lot of people that have been 3D printing longer than me, but like, a lot have joined in the last couple of years, and I'm like, man, when I first started printing in like 2014, there was, like, I didn't even know about open source prior to 3D printing. And the first printer I got was a DaVinci 1.0, which was anything but open source. So like, it wasn't even a conversation I had for the first few years, really, of 3D printing. It's all stuff that's sort of come about in the last 5 or 6 years. It's very interesting. Oh, I didn't know, oh, Mello, yeah. Mello has one that looks awesome. I can't remember, I saw Mello's the other day. So I think I have a Konami, or the Konami coming, and I'm excited to see what it's all about. It's probably going to go on the Voron 2.4 once we build it. Someone sent me the video of Nero making fun of what a nozzle cam or what a screen would look like when your printer is printing really quickly, and there's definitely some truth to that. So I'm curious to see how functional it ends up being, or whether it's more of just like a cool, fun thing. But regardless, more screens, more better. Like I think it's fun, and there's plenty of mods I've done that aren't functional per se, but they're cool, and there's nothing wrong with that if it makes you happy, so. I agree. The AMS being open source would be incredible. Their spool management system is the best I've ever seen, and I've used a lot of them over the years, and they've all been pretty crap, or at least like very much a tinkerer's thing. The AMS is the first one where I'm just like, yeah, no, this is what a lot of people have been waiting for as far as multi-material systems go. When you install Bamboo Studio, the first thing it does when you run it for the first time is it installs a plugin that enables all the network functions. You can use the Nami anywhere you like. It's Wi-Fi connected. That's sick. Oh, that's cool. How do you touch that screen when it's printing? It's not touchscreen, is it? I don't think it's touchscreen. 2.4 build is starting either next Wednesday or the following Wednesday. I thought it was showing up yesterday, but the wrong thing showed up, and so I got tracking on it. There's a good chance we're starting the build next Wednesday. But I'll know this weekend for sure. If not, we'll do something else fun, like we'll play around with the K1 or the Anchor Make M5 and their new speed profile on it. I still can't get, yeah, MMU2, I almost bought it so many times, but 99% of the people that I saw bought it regretted it. It was like 1% that were the MMU2 whisperers, and then everyone else was just pissed that they bought it. So, yeah, I mean, from my perspective, if anyone's actually curious, like, I am fine with closed source. I have no issues with it. I'm fine with open source, and I see the pros and cons of both. From a company's standpoint, I absolutely understand why companies would want to be closed source. Like, if I was investing years of my time and resources into a product, I absolutely understand why I would want to protect it and not give it all out. But I also see, from like a consumer standpoint, I love open source because I have the keys essentially to the castle, and you can do whatever you want and go in and change things. And I understand that there's been the ability to sort of juggle those two things and have it where certain companies can benefit from community enhancements and for the ability to continue a project that's no longer being supported. Like, there's a lot of pros, there absolutely is. But I also 100% understand why not all companies do that, because again, you see with Prusa and things like that, the struggle that's happening, because it's like, if everybody's not doing open source, it becomes more difficult, I think. Like, it's a hard playing field from a business standpoint. Like, I love the idea of it, but I think it's very hard in practice long term to successfully do it, which is why there's not very many 3D printing companies that are fully doing it anymore. Like, they're just like, Lulzbot went under and then were bought out, and they were one of the biggest open source companies out there. So it's tough. I don't like taking open source, making it closed source and not giving credit. I agree. I don't think that's cool at all. I 100% agree that if you take something that's not yours and you use it, you should always give credit. Hell, I do that all the time with YouTube videos, even though technically the content I'm using is fair use in a lot of circumstances. I don't have to, but like, I just think that if you're using something from somebody else, it's the nice thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Like, even if it's not in some sort of an agreement, like, you should do that. It's the right thing to do. Someone else put in hard work. Why should they not get credit for it? So yeah, I agree with that. I think 3D printing has grown so much that intellectual property will have to change. Things are going to close source because of how big the industry is getting. Yeah, I mean, when I worked at Matter Hackers for 3 years, and the majority of what I sold there was closed source. Most stuff, like, once you get outside of the hobby realm, it's mostly all closed source. Like, almost everything. I would say almost all printers I sold, with the exception of like the Lulzbots, the Pulse was open source, and maybe one other manufacturer, but the rest was all closed. So like, it's just in like this realm of 3D printing. Everything else, like, nobody questions it. It's all proprietary stuff. So it's just different. It's different ways of going about it, I guess. Yeah. I have a good print from the MU2 in 6 months trying to set up a reliable filament management system. Yeah, the filament management's tough. I'm curious to see when we get the ERCF built, how we are able to get the filament management system. When your company benefits from open source and you don't count your feedback, said project, it's against the license and law. It's messed up to do the right thing. It's messed up, do the right thing retroactively. It's against the law. Yeah. I mean, I think that if a company big enough, like let's say Prusa, for example, were to take somebody to court over it, because they have like deeper pockets than most of the open source projects do, that might set an example. Because I think that, like, I mean, a lot of times it takes someone being an example made out of for people to realize, oh no, we really shouldn't do that. There's repercussions to our actions. So, like, other than that, like, but yeah, I agree. Red source or brown source? What? All right, so it's done. We didn't clog, which makes me think again that it was not the printer, but the filament path that got stuck. Still think our nozzle's too close, and we definitely need to, yeah, we're these wheels aren't turning, zombie. The flow needs to get adjusted, and I probably still need to make the nozzle a hair bit further away, but it printed and there was no clogging issues, which is great. So we did hopefully fix whatever the issue was. But yeah, I think flow needs to be, nozzle needs to be changed a bit, and flow probably needs to be decreased a little bit, at least a handful of percent. This is just completely default profile. I didn't change anything. But yeah, wheels are not spinning. If you look at the back of it, I mean, it's pretty well bonded, which I think is partially just my fault. I think nozzle was a little bit too close to the bed still. Slicer flow is probably set to default, which I imagine is 1, so that would be the issue. We've discussed this, zombie. If I drop it down, we can, how about this? Let's get another print going with a slightly different flow, so we can compare. I'll drop it down to like 0.9, is it 0.92 what we normally do? And then we'll put this off to the side while it's printing and bring out the K1 so we can take a look at it. Yeah, I think nozzle's definitely still too close. It's too hard to get these little pieces off. Dear God, 1 second. I thought that I made the nozzle further away, but it sure as hell doesn't seem like it based off of how tough this is stuck on here. Wow, this sucks. Do the Orca Slicer flow test. The flow looks fine. I will dial in stuff a little bit later on, Lee. Let's I'm gonna turn all the knobs. Okay. All right, so let's turn this knob to the right, turn this knob to the right, and turn this knob to the right. All right, where is it? You said flow looks good. Flow doesn't look that bad. I still think it could be a hair less. Maybe you're right though, because they do want to spin, so it could just be that first layer is too much squish. All right, so let's take this off to the side. I'm actually going to, let's take this. How big is the working area on this? It's 120, 120, 120, 120, 120 all around. Where do I put this right now? I'll put this on the ground for a sec while it's printing this. And then we'll bring up the K1. Let me hit print again. Reprint. Print. Okay. So while that's going, let's pull this up and take a look. 1, 2, 3. It's actually not that heavy. Like it's kind of heavy, but compared to some of the printers that have come in lately, it's not that bad. E-steps we can play around with too. All right, so let's power this on for a sec here. We'll play around with this for a little bit and then take a look at where is power cable? Let me grab power cable really quick. Looks like it'll do, yep. All right, powering on. I think I stored all the crap inside of it, so let's move that out. All right, so Nathan was saying that he thinks that the Bowden tube being inside of the cable chain is possibly causing issues. Yeah, this is the K1. So yeah, it's the new Cali printer. This is just the regular K1, not the Max. I don't think they started shipping any of the Max units yet. I think it's gonna be kind of challenging is showing you guys a very top view. This is like as high as this tripod goes, so we'll do our best here. But Nathan was saying that the Bowden tube going inside of this cable chain is making it go at too sharp of an angle when it drops down. So we're going to really quickly pull this out because I've been having clogging issues. We also should heat this up really quick. Yeah, it looks a lot like a bamboo. It looks very, very much so like a bamboo. Well, that didn't work. One second. The V0 crashed. Cancel. Yes. Yeah, heavily bamboo inspired. The machine we all got in trouble for. Yeah, the Bowden tube bend is very possibly what's causing some of the issues. I haven't done, like I said, I just got this thing set up. My parents came out last Tuesday. This thing showed up on Thursday, and I want to get the V0 printing as well at the same time. Motor's off. I don't know why it crashed. Okay, let's try this again. Print. Okay, so yeah, Bowden tube. We need to heat this up actually, so let's do this. I can't claim credit for the Bowden tube fix. Idea came from the genius comment section. Perfect. Yeah, so I would say that it comes with Clipper. I don't think Creality's officially said it, but I don't, like, it feels Sonic Pad-ish, kind of. And so that's running Clipper, and I don't see, like, I feel like if they came out with their own firmware, I just don't see it. Like, Creality has been using Marlin for so long, I don't think they'd all of a sudden just be like, hey, we've got a new firmware that has all of these things. Like, I would be very shocked. So I'm gonna say yes, it's running some kind of Clipper. So let's go ahead and we're gonna need to retract. So I'm gonna heat it up just so I can get the filament out of the Bowden tube. All right, let's see if the Voron starts printing correctly. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this holds up. So Saturday's video is actually on my 1-year experience with the Bamboo Lab printers, which have primarily been positive. Like, I've recommended Bamboo Lab printers to a ton of people, both like hobbyists and people running print farms, or like printing professionally. That sounds weird. Printing for work, printing for money, and they've been pretty happy with the results on it. And so I've also been pretty happy with the results I've gotten off the printers. The main issues I've had is I had to recently replace a heated bed cable, and servicing the Bamboo printer is not fun. It's not fun at all. And so one of my biggest things is I'd love to see them make it more user serviceable. Why are we not? Okay, so it's retracting. There we go. User serviceability sucks on it. It was such a pain in the ass. I did that while my parents were out here as well. But I mean, it was like a 2-hour process to swap out one cable because it's just built not to be taken apart. A mod could be active carbon filter. There is a carbon filter in the back of this thing. You can see it right there. Right there in the back of it. That is... No, I'm a liar. That is not a carbon filter. Maybe there isn't. What the? I guess that's just an exhaust fan. For some reason, I thought there was a carbon filter, but yeah, no, you're... I must be mixing this up with the Chitty printer that we unboxed the other day. So yeah, there's not... Clipper screen is nice to have on the K1 though. Yeah, it's sort of like, how do you connect to it over Wi-Fi? Wait, you're talking about this printer? It was in, how the hell did I connect it over Wi-Fi? Through the screen. So, if I remember correctly, it was through the screen. You have to use the Creality Cloud app, which I also don't like the Creality Cloud app. You basically bind the machine to it, and then that lets you put in your info, I think. Okay, so we're taking Bowden tube out of the cable chain. We're just gonna run it on its own. And we'll see if that makes a difference, because again, I've had some clogging issues. Okay, so we've got that like that. Let's put our retention clips back on. Yeah, the screen looks a lot like Clipper screen to me as far as the graphs go, but it's kind of different. Like, they've at least skinned the hell out of it. We can take a look at that too. This is the small one. Yeah, the big one isn't going to be out for at least a few more weeks, I don't think, as far as even for reviewers. And I think that the main differences are that the big one obviously is bigger, but it's got the, I think it's got a camera, it's got like the LiDAR thing they're talking about, and a few other things. I honestly can't remember all the features on it right now. So yeah, interface is pretty simple. Like, you've got light on and off, you've got fan control, so model fan, side fan, and back fan, which back fan's like the exhaust fan. You've got, can you enter temps? Yeah, so you can control both bed and hot end temp from the home screen. Can you get out of here? Yes, I guess if you press OK. You've got all of your manual access control. You've got the ability to extrude and retract, and then again, the cooling menu we just saw. You've got File Explorer, so there's local, it's got onboard memory, and there's USB flash drive, so I don't have a flash drive inserted, but you can print directly from there or transfer. And then history, which I think history is anything that you sliced up on your computer, you have access to, you can print it out again. Some basic stuff about the screen settings, yada yada. Camera doesn't have, so I'm wondering if they're gonna, I mean, if it's Clipper, you can probably add anything over USB, but maybe they're gonna have an add-on for a camera, I don't really know. And then it's kind of it. That's basically the entire screen interface. Okay, so Sam Prentice did connect to the web interface. Gotcha. So it is fluid. Yeah. I kind of figured as much, because when they had their presentation, I looked, I was like, that looks like fluid. But they never said it, and I haven't. Do you know how he connected? Do you know what he had to do? It's a port number that it's hidden under. I don't know what that port number is though. Let's fire up a print and see how it does as far as if it clogs or not. Let's also feed. This is just some black ABS. Let's get this fed back in. Curious to see if that Bowden tube does a trick. If it does, I'm happy. But I'm just shocked. Like, if that's all that it was, was it not tested that like the configuration with the Bowden tube is going to cause all sorts of clogging issues? Very weird to me. Unplug a thermistor, see what error it gives. Unplug a thermistor. I don't want to take apart the tool head right now. I can do that for you later, Zombie, if you want to see. Hey, Clee's in the house. Yeah, the V0, the V0 is printing. We finished the V0.2. I just need to work with the config a little bit more. Let's extrude. All right, so we'll get this fed in, and then I'll open up the slicer so you guys can see what it looks like. It's Cura. It's just basically a hacked up Cura. This printer is made to run fast. Can you get more detail if you run slower? Oh, gotcha, on the controller. I think the controller is on the bottom of the printer. QC is optional. Is that the port, Zombie 71T5? If anybody knows, let me know. Like, I think Sam posted it the other day. Okay, so filament's feeding in. Not sure how he did it. He shared it on Twitter, if it's not mistaken. You need to add a port, as you said. Yeah, it's the same way with the Chitty Tech machine. So I've got, like, I'll show you guys this. So this is in their slicer, like in their LAN management side of things. So if you've got multiple, you can send the same job to multiple pairs at the same time. You can group them, whatever. But it's essentially Cura, and I don't like it. I really don't like the slicer, because the main thing is all the settings are hidden. You have to like double click, and then it opens it up like this, which sort of reminds me of either like Simplify or a Dia Maker. I just don't like that settings are hidden behind a window. So I mean, if it is Clipper, there should be pretty easy for this to. It should be pretty simple for someone to create a profile for Orca Slicer. Okay, 7125 or 1088. Let me see what it does. Okay, so let's try this. So what did I say the device, let's take 138. And you're saying you think it's either 10, okay, so 10880, that was what Chitty Text was on. That doesn't seem right. And 7125, let's try that. Ugh, excuse me. Okay, neither of those are working. Let me switch to me really quick here. Let me see if I can find it. I feel like Sam posted it on Twitter the other day. Sam. Let's see. If anybody does know it or find it before me, let me know. But I think Sam posted it the other day when he figured it out. What's this? There we go. The IP address woke up, but you can't SSH to it, and the ports 8029 are open. Oh, he doesn't say, maybe. Yeah, he doesn't say. Oh, wait. No, he does. No, he doesn't. Good. I can run a, first layers were kind of spotty on mine before that. I also set my first layer width to 150% and height to 0.3 to improve first layer. My first layer quality has been pretty decent, actually. Like, I saw your first layer, and I saw someone else's, I think it was Sam's first layer, but it's been pretty decent. Let's just fire up, like, all right, while we're waiting here, we can run a, what tool is recommended to try to find it? Hey, what's up, Pushing Plastic? I was running ABS parts. We'll try this and see if this does it. Let's see how it does. Okay, so it's uploading. It has the same like upload and print functionality. I don't know how much you guys will be able to see through the front door, I guess, but we'll do our best. While this is doing this, we'll see if we can figure out how to get to the UI or the web interface. Yeah, that's good enough. You guys can see that. Okay, yeah. What tool does someone recommend? Run an Angry IP port scan it. Is it a local tool? Like what's the name of a? I guess I can do some Googling. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Lee. I appreciate it, man. Okay, so this is a download. Angry IP scanner. Okay, we'll try that. What did you send me? What did you send me, Zombie? Swatch truck garage large door. Oh, that's amazing. I will print it out. I will print it out. Let me also raise this up a little bit. There we go. It's also a little bit crooked, isn't it? There we go. I don't know. I think it's just the angle with the lens of the printer, but that'll do. Okay. So we're installing Angry IP. I thought I installed it. Windows installer. Save. It's very loud. I know you guys can't hear it, but it's super loud. Oh man, sorry to hear that, Alan. Have a great night. Yeah, V0 is printing on the ground. V0 is done. I need to play around a little bit more. Cleared the clog. On the V0? Yeah, I was able to clear the clog. I don't think the clog was actually because of the hardware. It was that the spool holder and the cardboard spool I had sort of binded, and it wasn't able to pull the filament, and that's what caused it to clog. So once I cleared it, it was fine. Okay, so we are running Angry IP Scanner. Someone, let's see, Angry IP Scanner is IP scan tool. It uses a IP range. Okay. Close. Okay, so start. What was the IP again? It's 192.168. So 138 is the one we're interested in. This. Ports? So is it port 80? That did it. That did it! Let's go! Thank you! Let's do it! We found the port! So yeah, this definitely looks incomplete. I mean, can we definitively say that this is fluid? I mean, I don't, like, I don't want to be naive, right? But like, I mean, it doesn't have much of anything. Like, there's a camera spot, a temperature graph, a file explorer, and some basic movement stuffs. Like, it's possible that it's a copy, like they copied it. Chat was right about what? This doesn't look like fluid at all. The fonts are different. I wish we had, oh, we have fluid. All right, let's check it out. So this is fluid, right? Is it that, like, I mean, it's a web interface. Oops, that's not what I wanted to show. Let's close that. Definitely fluid. The temperature graph is a straight pull. Okay, so we got this. See if you see fluid or main sale files. I think you could probably put add /config to the end of the URL. Okay. Ah. Hit F12 and look at metadata. F12 and look at metadata. What did we say, port 80? Wait, oh. That's me being silly. Oh wait, yeah, so it would be port 80, then / right? And then it would be pound configure. Okay, no, that didn't work. Nope, shit, I am not typing in the right things. There we go. Okay, so there's only language, there's not much here. F12 in Firefox brings up dev. We could try F12. . elements, console, what do we want to look at? Styles, layout, body. Web browsers should do port 80 by default. Port 80 is just HTTP and most browsers default. Oh, interesting. We're just checking out the web interface that's available for the K1. It's printing also. First layer is pretty slow. I think I slightly modified this profile. I think I made it 50 millimeters per second slower. I think I took it from 350 to 300 roughly. Once it gets past first layer, it'll definitely ramp up. Yeah, I don't really know what to check. Yeah, that's a little sus that it returns a blank page when you add a config when you get the port wrong. Wait, there was 0.2 on the table when I left. Yeah, the 0.2 is done. It actually just printed another swatch chuck. Let's see how it turned out. Oh god, it's still stuck down hard. We're multitasking this stream. Oh, this looks... Zombie! It looks better. It looks so much better. We're definitely making progress with our the V0.2. Check this out. Okay, so let's zoom out. All right, let me grab the other swatch chuck. We need a comparison. It doesn't. We gotta look from before and after. Here we go. Okay, so here's the previous one, right? Like the wheels, they're pretty much bonded. Here's the current one, looking way better. So I took it off the bed and the front wheel is already, oh, you can't see that. Front wheel is spinning. Middle wheel not spinning quite, but I think if we wiggle it just a hair. Well, maybe not quite. Maybe it needs a little bit more. But it's definitely, I mean, it's better. You can see it. Like, this is a 0.2 millimeter tolerance gap. And I think that, again, if I play around enough, we can get it. 0.1 is still like not even close, not spinning, but at least you can see a little bit of a defining gap between the body of the swatch chuck and the wheel. It's definitely a good step in the right direction compared to the previous one though. So we could probably still move the nozzle a hair bit further away, but it's not bad. It's really not bad. Any slicer profile suggests just finish my LDO V0.2 as well. Nice. Honestly, like right now, I'm just using the built-in one in Orca Slicer. I'm not sure what I'll need to tweak on it, but right now I'm gonna start that. This is Polymaker oh, come on, great. This is Polymaker Polylight Pro Galaxy Dark Blue PLA. Yeah, it's better, right, Zombie? It's really not. I mean, again, for second print off of this thing without doing anything, I'm not upset. The clog was definitely not related to the printer and was related to myself and not having the spool feeding. Well, Galaxy is gorgeous. Yep. But yeah, the slicer for the K1 is again basically just a hacked up version of Kira. I don't love it. I'm again hoping to just create a profile or for a profile to come out for Orca or Prusa Slicer. The layout on the left looks pretty standard, but the layout on the right is just kind of funky to me. It opens up this secondary window, and then you've got to go through everything, all these different tabs. I don't like it. It's again reminds me of Simplify or Idea Maker, which just isn't my favorite slicers. I mean, some people might love it. I know that it's a lot of its personal preference. The preview mode was kind of nice, if I remember. How long does the garage take? You mean with their profile? I can I'll import your garage in just a second here. So I like the way, I don't know if they changed much from Cura as far as the preview goes. It may not have. It might just be a color, like a theming thing. But I did like their preview. I thought it looks pretty nice. The contrast and everything. I mean, I think you can probably change the colors. Maybe not. But I did like that. I thought it looks pretty nice. But I mean, it's a small detail compared to the whole slicer. And then you can manually add printers over IP. You can scan them over your wireless printers. And this is probably for Creality Cloud, which I'm not a fan of. Creality Cloud. Yeah, these are 2.4 parts for a Buddy. I'm using it in Prusa Slicer. My old Ender 5S1 profile works since it's the same. Oh, nice. Okay. I know that Sam showed on Twitter that he was given a it looked like he was given a Prusa Slicer profile. Okay, so let's see what Zombie's swatch truck is going to take time-wise. Boop. There we go. One second, let me go back here for a second, and then, oops, download your swatch garage. All right. So so it automatically has like a model library, and the reason why I don't like this is because it's through Creality Cloud, and Creality Cloud has had issues with allowing for copyrighted or like other people's models to be listed, and so I don't like that they integrate it so heavily. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. It's just there. Like, I don't think there's a way to remove it. Okay, swatch truck, garage. So if we go with their, the issue is I restarted their profile, or I changed their profile. Let me see if I can reset it back to stock. Profile normal. Okay, here we go. So yeah, I changed that. So let's set that back to default. I think I changed a few other settings as well. Let's see. We'll go with their default parameters and see how long it's going to take. I think that's the only things I changed, other than maybe temp stuff. Yeah, okay. Save. I hate how long Cura-based slicers take to... Yeah. I was a Cura fan for many, many years. So this says it's going to take 2 hours and 14 minutes. Which seems pretty fast, considering the size of this thing. I started off with Repetier host using Cura engine in the background. And then I switched over to Cura. I fell in love with Cura for many, many years. And then once I switched back over to Max for all of my work, like video editing and stuff like that, it didn't play nicely with the Apple Silicone, like M1 chip. It was really buggy and crashing all the time. And so then I switched over to Prusa Slicer / Super Slicer, and that's kind of what I've primarily been using for the last 2 years, a year and a half, at least 2 years. And I really like Orca Slicer now. Orca Slicer is awesome. What did you... Oh, you got... David, what color of Galaxy EBS did you end up ordering? This is a V0. This is the V0.3, Steve. I've only used Cura for my Ender 3s. I did not know any better until I got the X1 Carbon a few days ago. Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of slicer stuff's personal preference. But I just, Cura is not my favorite anymore. It's just mostly because of how slow I feel like a lot of it is. Okay, so we should be almost done with the first layer here, so it should be ramping up the speed. I think this is the last part that's laying down the first layer, then it should crank up speeds. The first layer, it seems a little bit overkill as far as how slow it is. I don't think it needs to be quite this slow, but again, I just got this in, and I've been testing out a few other machines as well, so I haven't done any customization of profiles. I just kind of want to see how it performs, because the reality is like, if people are comparing it to something like the Bamboo printers, I don't do much with the profiles on the Bamboo printers, other than, you know, maybe adjust infill and some basic parameters, but the rest of it, it just works. Okay, so now we're on layer 2. I think. So we're speeding up a little bit. It might ramp up. Let me see here if we look at... oh, nice. You got Galaxy Gray? That's awesome. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. Well, it's Zombie's birthday week, so it's the least we can do is take a look at your model, Zombie. I'm curious to see if I go under normal quality and I look at speeds. So these are the accelerations it's running. Infill acceleration 12K, outer wall 5K, inner wall 5, travel 12K, initial layer print acceleration. So very slow. That's why the initial layer seems so brutally slow, probably unnecessarily slow. Then we've got, I think I was running infill set to 250. I raised it right now back to what it was at. So infill and inner wall speed are 250 on the current print that's running right now. I slow them down slightly. I'm just curious to see whether we have the same under extrusion / clogging issues now that the Bowden tube isn't in the cable chain. I will say so far it doesn't look like it, but we're only one layer in, so it's hard to tell. Yeah, it's Zombie's birthday on Friday, but since we're streaming on Wednesday, I don't know. Wait, did you answer, Zombie? What are you doing Friday for your birthday? Are you streaming? Or are you going out and doing something with family? Or what are you doing? I'll forget by Friday. Daniel, you need to look on Discord. I tag you and post. This guy is great. Wait, I need to look at what? Right now? Hey, what's up? Do it. What am I missing? Discord. Live stream. Oh, I saw this. Nice. I did see this. So what Nice tagged me in is the automatic pressure advanced calibration. I mentioned this to Steve last week. We were talking about it because he, I think, had seen someone had shared it with him as well. It looks awesome. It seems like it's still like, work in progress, but it's working. So that's awesome. And I think that with enough refinement and community testing, I can see that making its way. I think it's fully open source, if I'm not mistaken, making its way into Clipper, which would be awesome. Zombie says going out Saturday, streaming at night on Friday. Sick. Okay. On Twitch and YouTube, just Twitch. Is a P1P a legacy trend? So this isn't super fast, this default printing. I mean, it's not slow, I guess, for ABS, but it's definitely not super fast. Our default ABS speeds are not crazy quick. I haven't actually looked around too much. So if we go, I wonder if there's any, no. So I'm looking, they've got basically, the way they have it set up is the parameters between normal and high quality, and then they've got materials set up here. And so the materials don't affect any of the speeds. They all basically just have like cooling, temp. So like if we grab one, let's go to manage, I guess. So for ABS, the things you have are description. You can enable pressure advance, which is cool. Is that currently in Cura or no? Is that something that you added? I've never seen in Cura. What else do we have? Temperature settings, of course, for the filaments, which 260 is the default that it has. You can adjust flow rate. You can adjust cooling for material. Having custom G-code per filament could be cool, because I would imagine this would allow you to call on things like the auxiliary fan type stuff. I wonder if they have that for, like, if we go to their Hyper PLA. Okay, no, they don't have any custom stuff. Print cooling, regular fan speed, maximum fan speed, initial fan speed, minimal. I don't know what this is. Enable CD's cooling fan. I'm wondering, I'm thinking that this might be the chamber fan. But I don't know what CDs. I don't know cooling. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Stream them both. Can you increase speed through the web interface? I couldn't change speed through the screen. That's a good question. Yeah, it looks like you can. Let's just try, I won't do anything crazy. Let's just try 105. Yeah, that looks like that worked. Oh, whoa. I didn't know that. Okay, so if you click, that's interesting. So you don't need to use your browser to get to that. If you just click, you guys didn't see that because my face is in the way. Let's move my face out of the way. Interesting. Okay. Oh, printing speed went back down to 100%. So maybe you can't? What the hell? Let's try it again. See if it sticks. So if you click details here, it opens up a tab and it gives you that that interface. So that's interesting. It almost feels like something that they would have taken from Orca Slicer. I've never seen any other slicers that give you this interface other than Orca Slicer. I never saw that until right now. I mean, I haven't, again, played around with it a lot. Should have asked earlier, but what if you go to K1 Web UI console? Does the console show and can you enter commands? We can try it. You said console? Right? Console. No. Blank as well. Yeah, I had no idea. I've been in this interface quite a few times and just never clicked on the details button. So yeah, you can rename it. So I guess printing speed doesn't seem like something you can adjust from here, at least, because it went back to 105. I wonder if you can adjust from here. Normally you can. Let's see if it sticks if we change it from here. Oh, that's probably what, wait, cavity fan? Okay, so that must be the exhaust fan. Auxiliary fan is that one. No, so you can't adjust printing speed. It seems like no matter what you do, it wants to go back to 100%. Yeah, I don't see access to a terminal anywhere, or a console. 260, this is ABS. It's printing pretty quick, so that's why. I mean, now it's kind of ramping up speeds a bit. So it's kind of similar, I mean, with the Bamboo setup too. If you're printing fast, you just have to print much hotter than you would normally print at. So far, it doesn't look like we've got any under extrusion issues. The first print, though, it did get quite a bit higher before we started seeing those issues. So I won't probably know until the print completes. If it completes successfully, then I would say that removing the Bowden tubing probably was what did it. It's weird though, it's a blank page, not a not found page, meaning that they have allocated that address, but nothing is there. Yeah, it's weird. It's all weird. It's all weird. I would love some more transparency. Hey, Zombie, thank you for the banana. $1.49, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's all kind of odd. I don't understand. There's a lot of things I don't understand. Did the port scan show that 22 is open? Wonder if you could SSH in. I think it only showed port 80. Yeah, it only shows a single port, port 80. It's a blank page using this paper. Isn't ABS toxic? Yes, I mean, ABS has been printed for a long time indoors by a lot of people, and I think like it's not like, okay, how would I best it? If you have the option, I think that printing it outdoors, like not in your room, I guess, garage or venting it is absolutely best. And I will say that from working at a place that sold 3D printers for 3 years, like everyone has different sensitivities to ABS. Like I know some people that they're around ABS, they instantly get a headache, they don't feel good. Typically, it's like I haven't had any issues with it, and from the brief research papers I've seen done, the amount of VOCs and stuff coming off of it isn't anything substantial. Like, it was my understanding from what I saw before that driving home on the freeway in California when I lived there was substantially worse with being around all the cars. That being said, I'm not saying it's a great idea, and I think that regardless of whether you're printing PLA or anything, if you can vent it, it's not a bad idea. We can try to SSH into it. So should we use port 80 then? 192.168.160. I don't remember what the hell this is. 138. I prefer mainsail. Does the K1 have a filter? So I thought it had a filter. I don't see a filter. I think Nathan said that there's a carbon somewhere maybe, but I'm not seeing it. It looks like just a fan bolted to the plastic on the back. I don't see any sort of active charcoal or anything like that. The Bamboo does have it. And so does the Chitty machines. But yeah, I'm not seeing it on here. Yeah, Nevermore is awesome. Yeah, you inhale more VOCs from cooking bacon than printing ABS. I've also heard that cooking, yeah, just being over the stovetop's worse. So I don't know. I won't, like my, all right, let's go to my face for a second. My opinion is this. You'd rather be safe than sorry. I don't always, like, because I do something, I'm not always saying that this is the best way to do things. And certainly when it comes to 3D printing safety, if you want to filter everything out, if you want to have it in the garage, like that's great. Like you will not be sorry by being extra cautious. I've been around printers for like 8 or 9 years, and the information has always been sort of lacking. And from what I've asked from people much smarter than me, it hasn't seemed like it's been a big deal. I mean, like, for example, yesterday when I was printing ABS in here, my son that's 2 months old, I wouldn't let him come in the room. Like I had the door closed and ABS printing separately. He's a child. I don't want him in a room printing ABS. I'm sitting in here right now. So, you know, you got to do what's right for you. And again, the information I've seen is just kind of all over the place. So until I see something definitive from like a real trustful source, it's just kind of like, be cautious. There's certain materials like palm that I would never print without having good ventilation, but let's see, I do know the residue I've seen on the inside of the printers that I printed lots of ABS gives me pause about being in the same room. Yeah, I agree. Pedro, yeah, Pedro works with fluid. I agree. It's whatever works best for you. I've used both. I primarily use mainsail because it's what I started with and I really like it and I'm familiar with it, but like I said, they both do a lot of the same. Actually, Pedro, since you're here and you work on fluid, in your opinion, is this fluid? This is the best person to ask. What are the chances that this is not fluid? Like a hacked version of fluid? Is there a possibility? Is there no way? There's no way this is definitely fluid. Let me remove my face from it too. Oh, it was a joke, hydrocarbon joke, nice. Okay, so Pedro says doesn't look like fluid to me, and Pedro works on fluid. So I'm not saying it's not hacked fluid, like they didn't take it and strip it down or skin it. But I'm also just saying that it's possible that they heavily made it based off of that. It's possible, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, but you have to see the code to know exactly. Click on some stuff. Click on what stuff? You said, someone said try to SSH into this. Would we need to use that port? So would it be port 80? No. the Sonic pads, let's see. I know they released it. Let's see. In the settings, it can be obtained. Does anyone know what the login info is? You should only need the IP address. If anybody knows, let me know. I don't know that I've
firmware has been released and you see if I will enter our root for the username, and the password is going to be the password that popped up when you enabled root access from the Sonic pad.
Is the password, are they making unique password? That doesn't, I don't think that's right. So it seems like username is root. Yeah, if you find it, let me know. SH is not found with root. Oh, Creality. Really? Password Creality? Okay, that didn't work. Okay, SSH on Sonic pad with root Creality. What's the root password? It seems you need to enable root access to it. Gotcha. So maybe there is no way to get in currently.
And isn't cached for it's going. And
I feel like they had another way to SSH in though that I saw that didn't give you root access. Enter the phone command, SSH in the Sonic pad with root Creality. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Creality. You think the password's root at Creality? It would be username root, password Creality, right? It seems like I have a feeling that the SSH credentials might be generated on the Sonic pad. I didn't see in his video. I didn't see where he showed the password. But it's kind of what it seems like to me. Didn't we just look at this? SSH root? Yeah. So I don't think that you can do it. Try Tor? What is the SSH password? That posted. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, hey, we got over 100 likes. Sweet. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, this was not the plan for today's stream. It was just going to be V0 stuff, but The V0's done, which is awesome. Audio? Audio should be fine. Yeah, I would love to get in, yeah, I have no idea what it would be. I have no idea what it would be. Someone will figure it out. I mean, let's see. I'm just gonna see here if I search. Access password to root in the application. Quality IP. Yeah. Nobody's posting a password, which again makes me think that maybe it's generated on the pad, which wouldn't help us in this situation because maybe they don't have root access built in. I don't know. I don't know. I'm giving up right now. Try root at 1234. You think the password's 1234? I don't know, man. What happened? Oh, I think it putty inactive. Yeah, no. See how it's looking. It's looking fine so far. I don't see, the walls don't look under extrude. Ah, no. It might be clogging again. It's clogging. It's clogged. I'm almost positive. It's hard to see with the tinted glass, but based off the hairs I'm seeing, it looks like it clogged again. Yeah, it definitely clogged. Let's kill it. I don't know what it is. Today has been just cursed with clogs. So that did not fix it. I will say that the motors seem to run incredibly hot. I feel all the extruder. Woo! The extruder motor is insanely hot. Something tells me that it's possible that it's just overheating. It is very, very hot. So I don't know if that's, let's see, account, manual, SSH, Creality. Probably need to wait for someone smarter with this stuff to get their hands on a K1 and break into it. Yeah, I'm hoping that they end up releasing stuff. The K1 was meant for Grant. This was just a, oops, I think this is just some very old, this is old Matter Hackers ABS that I've got. So, but yeah, it clogged up pretty bad. This is basically what's been happening lately. Well, I say lately, I've had it for 7 days. This is what's been happening. Okay, why are we not moving? Oh, come on. Whew, try leveling the bed. Yeah, I think I jinxed myself, Wojek. This is the most clogs I've had in a really long time. To be fair, the V0.2 one was because the spool couldn't pull, but yeah, it's basically stopped extruding. You can see it was extruding fine the first few layers, and then started under extruding, then it just fully stopped extruding. And I have a feeling that it's related to heat. It's just so damn hot in here. I mean, I know it's ABS, but the motor seems to run crazy, crazy hot. And it would be nice to have access to the config so that way we could adjust the voltage for the steppers, but we don't have that. Is the hot end fan running at all? Yeah, hot end fan is definitely running. Or that's not the hot end fan, is it? That's the... I don't know. I haven't ripped apart the hot end yet. I think Nathan did. I don't remember if it's a combination fan for hot end and cooling and then they use a secondary fan, or if there's a smaller fan in there. I guess we can take a look. But I don't think... I have a feeling it has to be running. If it wasn't running, I think we would clog up much sooner. It seems Crowdy is still not playing fair with the open source license of what they are using on the Sonic pad. Gotcha. You're saying that they're not pushing the updates? So they released the one and then haven't released since. I don't remember. So it looks like there's 2 screws. One here. Yeah, looks like there's a screw on each side. Let's take a look at the inside really quick. There's a mini fan on the inside of the hot end. My extruder motor isn't that hot. Oh, really? Yeah, my extruder motor's out. Like, it's scorching hot. Gotcha. Yeah, mine's incredibly hot. Let me know if you do. I think you did an ABS print. I think it was a pretty small, like spatula type thing. If you run a decent ABS print fully enclosed, let me know if you get good results or not. I need to send a photo to them and see what they say. This is the small one. This is just the regular K1. Is there more screws? Okay, I don't see more screws. Why are we not coming up? It looks like it just pops up. There we go. There we go. Where is the hot end fan? Oh. Interesting. That's really hard to show. That doesn't seem like a great design. So the hot end fan is sandwiched behind a PCB. I'll show you guys this. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. So let's see if we can see this. All right, let me get you guys as close in here as possible. But if this is how it's ran, I wouldn't be surprised if it is having heat creep issues, because that's a funky way of doing it. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so check it out. So this is, you can see, let me grab a stick. So this is the cooling fan, and this is the heat sink, and it's blowing air, right? But it's completely covered, like the intake of it is completely covered by this PCB right here, and this PCB right here. It's basically bolted to this PCB, which has openings for it, but all of the air it's pulling in is only from this little side right here and side right here. This PCB is entirely covering the intake of the heat, the cooling fan. So that to me seems like a really bad design choice. Like, I mean, I would imagine that there's a reason why I've never seen that before, and it's not because no one's ever thought of it. It's because you normally want your fan to be out in the open, so it has an easy time pulling in air and pushing air through it. Yeah, that seems odd to me. Again, if that's the case, then I wouldn't be surprised if it is heat creeping even with ABS, because with how hot things are getting inside here, I could see it happening. It's not, it doesn't look like a mini blower to me, no. It looks like it's just a standard, like, axial, it's kind of thick, maybe like a 30, maybe like a 30, if that. But yeah, I've never seen anything like that before. I would have assumed they would have ran it similar to how Bamboo has it, where it's, you know, there's just, it's it's very odd to me. Very odd design choice. And something tells me that's exactly what's happening, and that's why we're getting a good couple first layers with ABS, and then it's clogging. So, I mean, I will say that my extruder motor is running really hot, so maybe if this is able to be cooled down and it just generates less heat, we can get more successful prints on it. But can you easily check the extruder gear? If metal gears and the extruder is getting hot, it can transfer heat as well. I don't know. This is my first time like opening this up. Do you know if there's an easy way to get to the extruder gears, Nathan? Is this just, how is this held on? This almost just looks like it's just set. Okay, so this is just sitting here like clipped on. I can take this right off. I think it's pretty constrained on the outlet side of the fan too. Blows straight up against the heat sink. Man, it's really tough for me to get you guys. Oh, there we go. That might be a little bit better. This damn bar. I need the Joel. What was it, like the angle grinder? So yeah, I can see the big gear on this side of the large kind of like LGX style gear is sticking out on this side. I don't know how you would get access to the front gears though without removing. There's a bolt right here. And there must be a bolt somewhere down here behind the PCBs to let you pull the motor off, but I don't know any other way of how you get in there really easily. Yeah, I had no idea that that's how the fan was inside there. I don't think that's great. Okay, so he says it comes off with 3 bolts. Yeah, I don't really know how you would, if it's heat creep. I'm just plastic or metal. Oh, you're saying is it plastic or metal, the LGX gear? It looks metal to me. It's only ever so slightly sticking out. I don't know. It looks metal. I'm gonna go with it feels like metal. I think it's a metal gear. Yeah, I'm curious to hear what they say about the about this, because maybe it's not heat creep, but man, that fan being so confined like that is odd. I've just never seen that before. I don't understand why they couldn't have made this board. Like, this is the board that's blocking it, right? And this is the CAN bus board. So it's got 4 wires going into it, and it's what it looks like, or it's actually like, it looks like a dual CAN bus board. So the boards are sandwiched. They're connected with some pins on the bottom. I can't tell there's pins on top, but you've got the CAN bus wires going here. You've got the fan wires going from here to the fan, and then all the hot end and heatsink wires are all kind of going to the other board right here. But I would just think that if they had just made it where the CAN board was also this board and there was a plug for this down here, then this fan could have been completely open like that. I don't know. It's odd. I mean, I guess the design choice is their choice, but if it's going to be causing heat creep issues on ABS, then it's a big problem. If the metal could be getting hot from the motor, heating up the filament before it gets... Yeah, it's possible. I know Nathan said his extruder motor wasn't getting hot, but he's been running his open. I was hoping that I could print out a bunch of ABS on this, but man, both the extruder motor and the motors on the sides, right? Like the AB motors, let me see if I can zoom out. The AB motors in the very back get crazy hot too. I touched the outside shelf right where they're mounted, and it was scorching hot. Again, I was fully enclosed printing ABS, but they're running really hot. I would love to see what they're running at as far as the voltages they're using, and see if they're, you know, like kind of running them too hot for where they need to be at. It does have an exhaust fan. Yeah, it has an exhaust fan. I don't know how to control it. I haven't seen any way to control it yet, but it just seems like when a print's running, it runs. Even when an ABS prints, that exhaust fan back there runs. It's just right there in the back corner. It just kind of cycles air through. So I guess what I'll do is leave the top off, leave the front door open, and go back to printing ABS. Go back to printing with PLA and see if I'm also getting that clogging issue. And if not, then it makes me even more so think again that it's heat related, and it's probably heat creep of some sort. So we'll see. Where's the screws I took out of this thing? But yeah, I can't say. I think Montech has some good info about metal gears. Probably should read up on it. It also has a chamber temperature sensor. I wonder if it goes on automatically. Yeah, I saw that. There's a thermistor in the back. I just haven't. I don't know that it shows that data anywhere. Like, is it visible? Again, I haven't looked at all the things with a fine-tooth comb yet, but you can see it sort of back here. There's just a standard thermistor kind of hanging out there. But I haven't seen any way to like actually access it or control the data. Do you have infrared T? I don't. No, actually, I might. I could check in my toolbox in the garage. I usually use a FLIR cam, but the FLIR cam's kind of, it's cool for YouTube stuff, but kind of annoying to get exact readings when I'm just trying to check on things. Let me put this back on. I can go grab it in a sec, and we can. I'm probably gonna call it. Stream's gone on pretty long. What did I do? It's a cable. 1 second. But yeah, something tells me that's my ABS problem. I don't know how the hell this is supposed to be routed. There we go. Okay, why are we not going in? There we go. Yeah, I had no idea that the fan was behind boards like that. I've sort of just been wanting to use it as is for, just to get some initial idea of what the experience is like. I mean, setup was a piece of cake, I will say. It was really nice. My dad pretty much like watched the process, and it was really quick, but yeah, that internal cooling fan is a weird one. So yeah, we'll see what happens. You guys saw it here with me first. I haven't seen it before. Well, the V0.2, did I drink all my coffee? I did. The V0.2 is in a pretty good place. Again, the swatch truck's making some good progress. So I'm gonna start cranking out some prints on that and seeing how the hot end does, because again, I've heard not great things about the hot end, but so far it survived. I think someone said it would survive 1 print. It survived 2 prints technically, kind of. No, it did survive 2 prints. It did survive 2 prints. The K1, on the other hand, again, I'll switch back to PLA, see if that's resolved it, and then I can give some feedback. I probably need to send an email regarding what's going on and see if they have a solution for it, and also talk about the hot fans and stuff like that. But dumping EEPROM should show voltage. Ooh, just disconnecting the thermistor might throw a continuity error. Wouldn't really test them or run away in that case. Yeah. Yeah, because we're not heating it first. I haven't even looked at where like the board's at or nothing like that. Again, my initial goal usually it depends on the printer, I suppose. If it's a printer that needs assembling, then a lot of times I'll take a look under the hood before while I'm putting it together. Even if it's an i3, we get to assemble top and bottom. But because this was taken out of the box, I just wanted to see what is the setup process like for someone that takes this thing out of the box. And it was really simple. It was a like 3 screws on the bed, snap the spool holder on the back, and like take foam out, and that was really it. So the setup process was simple. Just use the toolhead PCB. The toolhead PCB is glued though. It's glued, zombie. I don't want to pull the glue off right now. The stuff that's in the can board, it's got like a yellow, well, I put the thing back on, but it had a yellow adhesive on it. The K1 and K1 Max running great, but I think they were printing PLA. Yeah, I mean, I printed out, I haven't done a whole lot of printing with it, but I printed out their little fast tests that were going just like Super Saiyan speed, which turned out great. This benchy was not their fast 17-minute benchy, but it was a 30-minute benchy, and it turned out great. It looks awesome. It turned out really nicely. I did this tissue holder thing from Printables last night, which it was looking pretty good, and then towards the top it started to get under extrusion, pretty bad under extrusion. I mean, I can break this off. You can. It's really under extruded. So either it was not melting quick enough, or it was just under extruding, which might have been related to the Bowden tubing, like what Nathan said. I probably should retry printing this tonight now that we've got the Bowden tube, but it was looking good up until like the last couple millimeters, maybe 5-10 millimeters, and it started under extrude. So yeah, we'll see. Do you think it's got a better fit and finish than the X1 Carbon? No, I mean, I think it's a pretty machine. Like I like, the top is really nice, this acrylic with the magnets is nice. The top portion of the frame, like I think it looks really good. Like I think that for the machining job of it, they did a pretty damn good job. I don't know if I'd say it looks better than the X1. I think it's so heavily based off the design of the X1 that it's hard to really give Creality credit for that, because I think a lot of it they sort of copied. Like the X1, I mean, I will say that I like that the sides are acrylic. I think the X1 sides made out of like the aluminum side panels are really industrial looking, but being able to see it on the sides is probably a plus. The injection molding on the back's really nice. I don't know, I think that Creality did a pretty nice job with the manufacturing of the parts for this machine. I just don't know, again, some of the design choices, like seeing that fan right now is very odd to me. I don't like that. So we'll see. I very likely won't be making any kind of video on this printer for 30-ish days. I want to run more tests. I'm going to send some emails to Creality, get some questions I've answered about a few things, and then I'll let you guys know ultimately, you know, how things go. I mean, from Ender 3s to this, they've done a lot of positive things, but based off what I'm seeing right now, it just feels like more testing is needed. More testing is needed, and some tweaks are needed, which is one of the big differences I think between a company like Creality and Bamboo, is that when I tested out Bamboo's printer, like pre-Kickstarter, it was really, really impressive. Like most of my gripes were were like firmware had a few little quirks in it, and the app was sort of half-baked. But hardware, if you watched my review from a year ago, hardware was awesome. Like, hardware was so good, and the rest of it was like, okay, yeah, I could use some refinement, which they've been doing over the last year. While with this, I'm looking at it and it's like, it's pretty, but I don't know that the hardware has been perfected or that the hardware is great. And that's a lot harder to fix. Like, hardware is a lot harder to fix than some firmware updates and stuff like that. So again, too early to definitively tell. Time will tell. But there's some question marks. Like, I don't see how. Like, I don't see how we can go from, I think they just had their 7-year anniversary or something like that. I don't see how we can go from questionable QC for a lot of printers to just absolute, like, beast perfection. Like, it doesn't sit right. Like, there's gotta be some things. And only time will tell how minor or major those things are, you know. I'm suspicious about the metal extruder gear. Yeah. I will, at some point in my testing, probably rip off the extruder gear or send Creality an email and ask to verify that it is the metal gear. I think it's metal. Based off of, I mean, I can only get my finger on it and it's not sticking out a ton, but it feels heavy like metal. So I'm fairly confident. If Nathan took a better look at it, he can maybe say more on it. But from what it looks like sitting on there and turning it, it feels like it's a metal gear. So anyways, we've been streaming for 4 hours, which is definitely longer than I thought. I didn't think we were going to play around with the K1, but the 0.2 got done pretty quickly. And again, I will do some more testing on that. And we'll do a full video on that once I've got at least some more time seeing how the parts hold up and see how the hot end does with some larger prints. So yeah, I think we end it here. I think we call it here. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Next week, again, the game plan is very likely we're starting the 2.4 build, which is something I'm super excited about. It's a sponsored build with Fabrico and LDO. It's the Rev C. I've never built a 2.4, so I'm incredibly excited. It's going to be a ton of fun. And if for some reason it's not showing up or shows up late, then we will figure out something else to do. We've got a couple other things. We can play around more with the V0.2. We can. I kind of think that taking out the AnchorMake M5 and testing out their 5K acceleration and 500 millimeters a second speed they're claiming, which I played around a little bit, and we'll say it's pretty impressive for a bed slinger with V wheels, but that could be fun to play around with as well. So again, thank you everyone for hanging out. 0.2 is all done. Chris, we need to do a little bit more testing, and I need to get the homing macro probably figured out. I'll check out what Aaron posted or what Aaron talked about earlier. But yeah, it's pretty much done. It's pretty much done. Everything seems to be working well. So at least so far, which is awesome. And yeah, thank you everybody. Also, as again, Zombie, happy early birthday. If you're still here, say hi. Say happy birthday to Zombie if you haven't already. Happy early birthday. I will check out, I will do my absolute best to hop into your stream on Friday, at least for a little bit. And yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna end it. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks again for hanging out.